Good evening. You're probably wondering, what is he doing back on live? Well, I was a bit bored. Um, I've got nothing else to do. There's nothing on the telly. The weather's bad. I've got a lot going on, and rather than just sat on the sofa thinking deeply about shit, I thought I'll come on here and do something constructive. And I thought I'd do a little bit more on the ATIC ATAC game. I don't want to do anything too involving mass and overcomplicated shit tonight. I guess I just want a nice evening just doing some graphics, and that's what I'm going to do today. Because with the ATIC ATAC game, I was looking at it today, and there's a table in one of the rooms. There's a clock on the wall and stuff like that. You know, the grandfather clock. And I thought I'm going to do the graphics for that. So that's what I'm going to do tonight. So yeah, I'm going to do it in plot and draw rather than using user-defined graphics. I'm going to start with the table, and I'm going to put it in Ink 3. Now I'm using Ink 3 and Ink 5 as my collision detection, where the character, it can't go through it basically, so it just stops dead. So the table and the grandfather clock need to be either cyan or magenta, and then my character won't be able to collide through them. I will have to maybe do some adjustments when it comes to the nasties, because obviously they could end up colliding with the table and stuff. So I'm going to do a plot. I'm going to plot 60, 70. And I want the legs of the table to like curve in. So I'm going to use draw 0, 10, 2. That should give me quite a nice like rigid curve of a leg. And then if I go draw 50, that'll give me a straight line, and bring that curve back down the other side. So that's 900, and I need to make sure I am not typing over anything, and I am if I put that there. Look, there's already something at 920 by the looks of it. I haven't left myself a lot of room here. I'm gonna go down to 940. So 940. Now, in fact, I need to bring that up a bit more, don't I? Go 925. Got a lot to cram in here. I should have done a renumber really. So 920, 925. There's nothing at 925. I'll get rid of 915. I don't know why I've put that in there really. Pretty obvious. This is the graphics. Right, so 925. I'm going to move that one up to 915. And now, so 915, 920. I'll get rid of 920. And now I can move that one up to 920. Let's just run 920. So there we go. That's the beginning of my table design. So 920 is 925, wasn't it? So if I'm gonna have to cram it in here, and I'm gonna have to do a renumber at some point, so open up the spacing a little bit more. So that's part of my table. I'm gonna do the rest of it now. So that's the first curve. So we need to find the plot position for the next. So we've got a plot position of 60, 70 there. So I want to come inside the because I want to obviously try and make it 3D. So if I go plot, and that's 60, so I'm going to go 61, just bring it slightly out. 70, draw 2 0. Now this will be a bit of a long-winded process because I've got to keep going back and checking. There. So now I've got a little line just underneath that left-hand leg at the bottom now. Right, so what I'll do is I'll add on to the end of this one to save me some line space. And I'm going to go draw. Basically what I'm going to do is, if I put my cursor on it, 925, I'm basically going to copy what I've already done but with a slight different radius on the curve. So instead of a 0 there, I'm going to go 2 minus 8, that might be 10 actually, minus 1, it won't be minus, will it? We're going the wrong way then. So that'll be a 10, then a 1. Then I'm going to draw 40, 0. Just going to see what that looks like. So run, I think 920. Right, okay. So the curve's not quite right there. Let's change that to 8, bring that down. The middle one's doing the length, so that would be, bring that down to 8. Then we go across on a line at 40. Then I want to bring that leg back down. So using the same measurements again, so it'd be 2. The centre line is up or down, so it would be minus 8 to bring it downwards. Then 1, and then it'd be draw. And I want to return that leg. We'll go 3 0. Run 920. There we go. So I've got part of a table there now. That's the start of my table. Right, okay. So next, want to put a tabletop on. So where are we? 927. 927. Just trying to think what it will be here. Right, so let me just recap where I'm at. So that was at plot. Have I done it twice? I've got it twice there, look. What's happened there? I've repeated myself, haven't I? 72. Why have I got 2 lines there the same? What's happened there? 61. Getting confused. Let's just run that one out a minute. I think I've already bloody done it. Yeah, okay, that's what's confusing. I wonder why 920 and 925 are the same. And what I did there, get myself all confused. Yeah, there we go. 920. If I go run 915, yeah. So that's me corners of me room there. Run 905. Run 905. There we go. I don't think that's a bad size, because I've got quite big rooms in this and the character's quite small, so it gives a nice don't know whether that's a bit big actually, but see, I'll finish it off and then have a look. So we'll go 900, and I'm going to move that line up because, like I say, I haven't got a lot of room here at all. 925. 925. We'll get rid of that one. I need the tabletop on there now, so right. Got a plot. I'm just looking at me code, just trying to work out. I do like doing drawing on the specky, but got to make sure I get it right. Right, 922 plot. $60, 81, 99, 91, 81, 81 fingers. I'm going to do the tabletop now. So 10, 8. I just want to see where that is. If I go run 920, so there we go. Got one part of the table. So that angle, I like that angle actually. That was a bit of a fluke that. So draw 30, 0. I just want to make sure that length. Yeah, to bring that corner back down, and I reckon that will look all right actually. That's not a bad bit of guesstimation there, is it? Draw. So we want to go the opposite. So it would be 10 minus 8. Run 905. I'm quite pleased with that actually. That doesn't look too bad. Yeah. Just looking at the chat room, I see we've got some people in there. Yeah, it does look a bit like a bed as well. So, yeah, I think I can get away with that though. I quite like that. So what I want to concentrate now is maybe I remember in the game they had a grandfather clock, didn't they? So I'm thinking as well, I'd like to put that in, maybe just on one of the walls. I'm not going to be too clever and try and do it so it can be placed on every single wall. I mean, it's a basic game. I'm just going to have it on the top wall there. So I'm happy with the table. I can always move the plot positions around in that if I feel I need to, but I'm quite happy with it just left as it is, to be fair. That's come out really well. So 920, run 920. That's where my table starts. So I just want to put what was 915. Run 915. Right, that's the corner bits of the room. So if I put 918, I'm just going to put a red man. I'm going to put table, so I know that part of the code now is the table. And I reckon we got enough room there to squeeze the clock in as well. So if I go rem clock, so now I'm going to draw my clock in there. 924. Right, okay. So I'm gonna do the grandfather clock. Sorry, I'm deep in thought trying to work out how to do this. I want to keep it in blue. The table I want to keep red, not red, sorry, magenta. So if I go ink 5, because it's going to be against the wall, and to avoid colour clash, if I keep it the same colour as the walls, then I haven't got to worry, have I? Because I'm not doing it in user-defined graphics. I've decided I'm going to draw it all. I just think it, I like that line graphic kind of look, you know? And it'll save on creating user-defined graphics. Run 924. I wonder where, yeah. So that's the side of my grandfather clock, yeah? That'd be the side. I'm just wondering whether that's too much of an incline. I'll do put a base on it. Run 924. Oh, what's happened there? I've made it too big now. What have I done? I've copied the same thing, haven't I? I've made it, just expanded the bloody line. That should be 10, 0. There. Now if I go up now on the right hand side with the same angle, in fact, what I need to check, I need to make sure that my plot position is actually in the right place. So let's just run it a minute, because I don't want to. Yeah, I reckon that'll be all right there. I'm going to have to try and get rid of the line in the top of the room there as the clock is standing. And I reckon I've also got to keep in mind about my door as well. If I run the whole game, it's not going to come up, is it? Should it come up? Let me run the whole game a minute, because I want to make sure the doorway doesn't interfere with it. So at the moment, I'm going to have to move my coordinates for my man, but I'm not necessarily going to have it in this room. So yeah, it's going to miss. It's going to miss. It's going to miss the doorway. So we're all right. We're okay with that. So let's put that other corner of the grandfather clock on. So it'd be 220. Whoops. Draw. 220. Yeah. So run 924. There we go. Yeah, I can kind of see what I'm trying to do there. Almost like a coffin shape. And I need to put a top on it, don't I? So let's go 925. $925 plot 5017 18. I'm jotting down on a piece of paper here my plots. I've got one of those books where you've got the grid on and you can work out the plot positions. And that's what I'm looking at the moment to try and get an idea of where I can put the lid for the grandfather clock. So I'm going to pull that line down again. I'm just thinking of room, because I haven't got a lot of room, so I'm just going to continue it on with this. Plot. So I've got 50 there. According to my little book here, I should be around about 66 and 150. It's either 8 or 6. So I'm going to take a guess. I'm going to go for 6. Draw -9. I'll just see what that looks like. Run 924. Yeah, okay. It's part of the roof. Let's fill it. Let's make it go down the other side now. See what it looks like. Quite happy with the angle. And draw. So it would be -9 and then -5 to make it drop down the other way. Run 924. Yeah. Okay, that's not too bad. It's got a little bit of an overhang on the side, so that's what I wanted. Not sure whether to raise that slightly, just a pixel length. We'll go up slightly. Run 924. That's better. Just gives it that feeling of a little bit of shadow then, doesn't it? So let's go. Now I need to make some sides. So I only want something small. We don't want it too big. I reckon 5 will be about right. Run 924. Yeah. Cool. And now if I just follow it again and draw the roof back on, so it'd be draw, I'm not minusing it now, so it'd just be the 5, 9,5, and then bring it back down, so it would be 9, and then we want -5 to bring the angle down, and then draw the side back in. So we've got 5, so we know it's 5, so it'd be -5 to bring the corner back down. Run 924. Whoop, wrong one. Never mind. Oh, well, that looks all right actually. Let's just run the whole thing. Yeah. Cool. So I need to wipe that line out as well in the middle. So let's do that now. I'm going to put that at a different line because I might get this wrong. So I'm going to have to plot over 1 because I'm going to delete the line. So ink 5. So I'm going to go over 1, ink 5 to delete it. I don't want to do ink black because it will cause a colour clash maybe, and then we'll have bigger problems with the clock disappearing. The plot is going to be around about 50 something, isn't it? I reckon 50, 130 maybe. It's around about that sort of area. I'm just reading the top. I'm probably going to be a little bit out, but let's just try it. So I'm going to have to do an over 1 again, and then it'd be 10, 0 as me filling on, and I'll do over 0 just so it doesn't conflict with anything else. Run 924. Too far down. In fact, I need to run the whole thing from run 905. Yeah, way out. That line needs to come right up. So that's probably going to have to be about 40, 140. Run 905. A bit more. About 5 pixels more, I reckon. Run 905. There we go. I just need to move it across a little bit. I would say probably about 2 pixels. Run 905. There we go. Now all I need to do is put a circle on it for the face. Yeah, I like that. That doesn't look too bad at all. So we need a face on it, don't we? So 926. 926. Circle. So we know it's at 52. So I want to bring it over just slightly. At a guess, I'd say 55. It's at 145. The last plot was, so that's for that line. So I want to be above that line. So I reckon 150. And then the radius, I don't want a big face. Let's go 4 and see what that looks like. Run 924. Nah, that's not, don't like it. Hang on, run 905. Now that circle's not right. Needs to come over. And that radius needs to be smaller. Run 905. Better, it needs to come up slightly. 155. Run 905. Yeah. I reckon that now we need some hands on it for the clock. I reckon the easiest thing would be to put it at 3 o'clock. So we know that that's 57 on the plot position for our circle, so it's going to be plot 58. It's going to just be just over slightly, 58, and at 155, same as the central of the circle, and then draw. And we only want a little small hand, 0, and then bring it back so it's pointing at the 3 o'clock. So there, another 2. So the -1, we go into the 3. I think I've got that right. Let's just have a look, see what it does. Run 905. Oh, look at that. That'd do. Let's run the whole thing and have a look. Yeah. So I can't walk into it because of the collision detection. Yeah, I've got a hole in the table because I need to move the coordinates of my man so he doesn't start on top of it. It should be coming up in every room now because I haven't told it where to be. Obviously the nasty's going to rub it out because obviously that hasn't been told either. So, but in the game the nasties actually do go over the obstructions on the whatever's in its way. That might be a bit difficult here because of the over 1 scenario. Although I suppose if I did an over 1 magenta, it may not rub it out. So I would perhaps like to keep it like the original where it goes over the table. Obviously I'm not going to have this in every room. I'm just going through the screens to see what it looks like in different rooms. So I'm just going to randomly put these in different rooms. It looks quite nice in that room. Quite like it there. It looks quite cool. Just deciding where to put them. Obviously, I've got the wine glass in this one. Looks good in that room as well. In fact, it doesn't look too bad in all of them, but I'm not going to have it in every single room, obviously. See, that's a good one, because that means you've got to walk around the table to get to the top door, because I want it to act as an obstruction that's in the way. So maybe I could move that table just over slightly. I don't know. But the idea of the table being there is so you've got to walk around it. So I want to move that over as well. There, now we've got the door. And this is what we did last night. Collect the key. So if I go back this way, don't know if you can hear that rain in the background. It's absolutely pissing it down here. Oh, you got been bad all day. Lots of floods. So let's go back down the trapdoor. So I'm going to move that over on the while I'm on the stream as well. Get that sorted out. I'm not happy with its position. So yeah, there's the locked door. Now, yesterday this was working, and yes, we've unlocked the door. So I've just got to decide now which rooms to put those in. So I can have them both together, maybe in one room, just in one room have the clock, and another room have the table on its own, you know, move it around. But for now, I'm just going to leave it as it is, because I just want to concentrate on doing some graphics and just tidying it up. Now, in the original game, there was a scroll on the side where the score and everything is kept. So I want to see if I can do something similar, but my own take on it. So I'm thinking maybe like a page of a book or something rather than a scroll. I'm not, because I don't want it to look exactly like the original. This is my own take on the game. Now I don't want this to disappear every time, so it needs to be in a different position, because obviously when the room refreshes I don't want this piece refreshing. So we've got the score there at the moment, which was just text thrown in there just to see what it looked like. So this is where it needs to go. So let's keep that score in there for the moment. Let's go 940. Plot. No, we want to. Let's have it in ink 4. So let's introduce another color to the screen. 1 196. It's quite far over. I'll go 40. And I'm just going to run that and see where it's at. See where that green dot is. Can't see the green dot. That's a good start. I wonder whether I've gone right over the one of those side pieces there. Let's bring it down a bit. So maybe probably gone right over one of those user-defined graphics, I reckon. Strange. Why isn't that coming up? Ink 4. Run 940. Whoops. Run 940. Right, so it's all the way down there. Why isn't it coming up when I'm running it then? Let's draw a line so at least I can see it. Hang on a second. Is that score? Did I put there? Is that the update when it updates it? I don't think that's being used at the moment. Because my score, if you look, I've got score written up the top there. When I ran it earlier, it was at the bottom. So that part of the program isn't actually being used at the moment. That's just a dead piece of code sat in there. So get rid of that. I won't delete that just yet because I don't know if I've called anything to it. So I need to make a mental note of that that's actually not being used. So where am I actually... Where's the other print for that score? So I'm looking for the word score, not that one we've just seen, because for some reason, don't know what's happened there. It'll be in the same place where I've got the 3 user-defined graphics. Now, did I put them in a string or did I just print them out? This is the problem when you've come away from a project for a while and then return back. You're trying to remember, there we go, where everything is. So there it is, 172. Look, there's the score. What's 170 drawing? Run 170. Oh, that's the wine glass. Oh, the wine bottle, sorry. List 170. So that's our wine bottle. Right, okay. So if I move that wine bottle down 1 and then go 170, because I want this to be the first thing drawn before it goes onto the wine bottle. So if I go ink 4, I'm going to have it in green ink, and this is basically just a border to surround everything. Now it was 196.15 is what I was trying to get. So if I go draw 0, 10, let's just see now if I'm in the right location. Yeah, so I'm now in the right location. I need to change the ink back, obviously. So, and I want it to have a little bit of a curve in it because I want it to look a little bit like a page of a book opening or something like that. So I'm going to keep it as small and keep the numbers quite compact there. So let's have a look at that. So there's a part of the curve. That's not too bad. So now let's have a longer curve after that. I'm going to go 38, 7, 1. Run 170. Yeah. Okay. Now if I go up the screen, draw minus 0, 150. Nah, that's not good. What am I doing? I've already done the curve. Draw 0, 150. Okay, so it's colliding with me with the score there. Let's finish it off. I don't know whether I'm going to be able to do this. It might cause me some problems. Let's finish off drawing the box first. So now I want to recurve it in. So we've got 20. Now 20's not going to, I don't think 20's going to work here. I think these numbers are going to have to be different because otherwise it's going to put me out of range. I'm going to go 30. I'm going to keep that at 0 and do minus 2. No, that's too much of a curve. So let's change that. I'm going to add 5 to that, go 35. And I'll go minus 1. Yeah, that's not too bad. So now let's return with another curve. So if I go minus 20, because I want a smaller one, and then minus 1, run 170. Yeah, that kind of works. I might bring it down a little bit more. Just add a little bit more on the pace on that one. Yeah, that's better. Not sure about this yet. This might work or it might not. And then I need to drop it back down. So it would be 0 minus 150. So I need to lengthen that slightly. Don't know what this is going to look like. I'm not convinced so far. But if you don't try these things, we'll go 9. Yeah, I'm kind of seeing what I'm trying to do, and you just need to move stuff over a bit. I think it might look better if those lines aren't completely square. So let's just put a little bit of a kick in it. And I'll go minus 0.2 just to put a little bit of a tweak in the straight line so it's not perfectly straight. I'll do the same here at a 0.1, and I'll return it back to ink 7 as well. Yeah, it's not bad. Probably need to move that wine bottle over now. Let's move the score over. Bring that over to 4, run. That score, bring it back over a bit more. 25. Yeah, 25. Let's see what it looks like there. I'm not necessarily going to put the score there. I'm just trying to work out how much space I've got for lettering. Yeah, that works. And it's just a case of moving that. I don't know, what do you think in the chat room? Do you think this works, this border I've kind of created for a bit of ambience to the game? Because in the original it was a scroll, but I'm doing a bit of like an open book or an open page or something Now if I centre that wine bottle up, I don't think that looks too bad actually. If I centre the wine bottle up, bring that over, of course it's going to mess everything else up in the program where it's filling it, so I'm going to have to change all of the plot positions. What do you think? I quite like that. Of course, when we change rooms, it won't clear that bit either, which is nice. So I think it just gives it a little bit more depth, doesn't it? It doesn't look like the score's just sticking in thin air. It actually looks like it's written on something now. I quite like that. Just need to move that the wine bottle over to the centre. So let's do that now. Obviously everything's going to mess up a bit here for me because all my plot positions are going to change for me bottle. I found the bottle earlier. Where did I see it? Where did I draw the bottle? I knew I should have put a rem next to it. Where did I draw my wine bottle? I was looking at it earlier and I said, oh yeah, that's the bottle. Is that it there? There's the fill. There's the fill from your bottle at 175. It's 171, isn't it? There it is. Yeah, it's right underneath it, look. Okay, that's my bottle right underneath it. So I need to move that over. So let's go 220. Obviously my fill's going to be in the wrong place now as well. Bit more. 220. Let's go 218, see what that looks like. So I'd like it so it's like central, just underneath the man there, my character. So I want it to come over a little bit more. So 18, let's try 15. Yeah, maybe just a tweak more. Maybe 2 pixels. I don't think I need to take it up the screen. I think it's just a case of moving it left or right to get it right. It's a shame that line takes so long to delete. That's the joys of basic, unfortunately. Yeah, perfect. I think we'll get away with that. I just need to move the fill over now so it's filling it up properly. So let's put the fill in the right place, which is, so we're at 213 is where it needs to be. 213. So we've got 232, so 213, it's going to be 215. Run the whole lot. It's not seeing the variables. A little bit too much maybe. Got a bit of colour clash there. Didn't do that before, so why is it doing it now? $216. Surely that's just going to colour clash the other side. Why am I getting colour clash? I didn't before. And I haven't moved anything really. I've only moved the plots over. Oh, for goodness sake. Might change the colour of that because it's not really wine colour, is it? Although maybe a nice bottle of red. That's wrong way. So why was it colour clashing? It shouldn't have colour clashed. $16. What did I do? That was, what was that? 16. So if I go too far over now. Don't understand why I'm getting colour clash, because I didn't get it. It's only started happening since I've moved the plot positions. Maybe there was colour clash there before and I just didn't see it. I mean, the other thing to do would be to you want the bottle drawn first, really, before you fill it. So the original had the word scroll. Maybe there was colour clash there before, I can't remember, but I'm pretty sure there wasn't. I don't know why it's doing it. All I've done is move the plot positions. Yeah, someone's just said in the chat room, move the bottle 1 pixel. Right, yeah, good shout. Good shout. So, 14. Is that right? 14. Yeah, yeah. Good shout. Of course, move the bottle. See if that does it. I went the wrong way. Now move that one. $16. Thank you, mate. Thank you for that. Man T, thank you for that. Yeah, this is a book though. Yeah, I just put the word scroll there just to see how many letters I could get in there. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So not necessarily going to use that word. You could put book if you want. I don't know. I don't know what to put there. I don't know what to call this game because it's not ATIC ATAC, is it? It's an inspired version. I'm just going to have a quick look at the chat room while you're all here. I haven't said hello to anyone yet. So welcome to the stream. Thank you for watching. This is a bit of a spontaneous stream. I've sat here, had nothing to do, and I thought, oh, I'm going to do the graphics to the ATIC ATAC game. And I wanted to share the process of how I'm doing it rather than it all being done and then on the next stream I load it up and it's already done in front of your eyes. And some of you might want to know how I did it, especially if you're a beginner. So I thought I would got nothing else to do. I'm on my own. It's good to communicate with the outside world. So yeah, welcome to the stream. Thank you all for being here tonight. So, yeah, like I say, I don't know what to call the game. I don't know what to write in there for the moment. We'll just go back to score. I put scroll, but like rightfully said, it's not a scroll, is it? So the next thing I want to do is decide where to place these objects. My clock and my table. Don't necessarily want them on the beginning, because what I was thinking about on this first level is having like a big grand doorway either on the left or the right, maybe on the right hand side, and we've got to find the key. We've got to get all the pieces for the key to open it, very much like the original ATIC ATAC game, where you've got to find, I think it was either 3 or 4 pieces of a key. I think it was 3 actually. I never actually completed it. And then once you've found all them pieces, you then go to the grand entrance. And in this case, for this basic version, rather than a level 2 happening, and like I said, I've never completed the original, so I don't even know whether there is a level 2. But then it's game complete. Also, what I want to do is create another user-defined graphic for the nasty. Let's see if we can find him. There he is. Now the only problem is with having the grandfather clock in there and the table, it is taking a little bit more time to load up now, which is a bit of a pain in the arse. But I'm prepared to wait, you know. So it is taking a little bit longer, which is a bit of one of the pains of basic, unfortunately. There is quite a bit of a pause there when I collide with him as well. See, I've got to go round the table now. I can't walk through it. Yeah, I'm quite happy with that. So yeah, I need to decide where to put everything, because at the moment it's just turning up in every room. So what I might do, like I did with my doorways, is just give them a variable name and then just call on that variable as and when I want it with a go sub. List 170. So if I go to where my doorways are, I might have to move everything around a bit now. I need to go and get a drink. That's what I need to do, because starting to get a little bit first. Right, okay, so 170. So 170, that's my book part. So I don't need to touch that part of the program. This is the part I'm interested in here, where we got the table, we've got the clock. Now if I come down here, you'll see I've got rem top door, rem bottom door. Now each one of these have got their own variables to call them in. So I need to do a very similar thing for my clock and everything. So if I put 927, I put a return, in fact it'd be 9. So ink 5, ink 5. It's already a return there, so I'm okay for that one. So 9, 2, right, 922. I'm going to have to put a return on into there because I've got no space. So that's the return from my table. Desperately need to do a renumber, so I keep saying it. I will get around to doing it. So now if I put 916, put my return there, it will now draw everything without drawing the table and the clock in. So there we go. Taking quite a while for the man to get through the doorway for some reason. Of course, the other thing I need to do, that is now in the wrong place. When he drains the wine bottle down, because I've changed the plot positions, I want to sort that out first before I forget. What I've noticed as well is everything seems to have slowed down a little bit, especially when it's doing a respawn. And that's only happened since I've put these extra bits in. So maybe I have a subroutine call going somewhere when it doesn't need to go there. So I need to check that out as well, because I've been moving stuff around. I might have moved something in the wrong place and caused another problem. But there seems to be a slight delay. And it shouldn't be doing that now because I've remmed all this out and returned it as it was, really. So something's not quite right there. Right. Collision. So that would be line 70, list 70, list 76. List, so 76, go sub 166, list 166. So there is the wine bottle. I cannot remember what the plot position was, so let's go back. So it's I got 235. It's line 166. Oh, luckily that is right underneath it, so I ain't got to go far to find it. So it will be plot 216. 216. Yeah. Right, so just want to check now that this bottle's working. But as I go through the room, look, there is quite a delay there before my man shows up. So something's not right. It wasn't doing that earlier. It's only started doing that since I've done all these changes. Look at the delay before the man turns up. Something not right. Right, let me just check to see. Right, that's now going. But look at the delay. It's like frozen. What have I done? I've moved something which is causing a problem there. So by me adding a table and a grandfather clock and a nice green border, I've gone and caused a bug somewhere. So I think first thing I'm going to do is list 31. I'm going to rend that out a minute because that's just there to help me with the programming process. I don't think that's causing it anyway. I can't see why that would be causing it. It's only a print statement printing up coordinates and things. But yeah, look at the delay. Why is there such a delay? God, someone's just said to hit the break button as it's doing it on the chat. So let's try that. Might have been a bit too soon. So as we enter a room, it returns, which is right. It's drawing that again for some reason, and that's why it shouldn't be doing that. It's already been drawn. So for some reason it was redrawing all of this. So it shouldn't have been doing that. Something is telling it to come back here. So somewhere in the program, it may have been doing that before and I probably didn't notice because it was just prints, and obviously they're a little bit quicker than the plot and draw. So something is calling it back there. That's why we've got that snag, because it's drawing the border. So where the hell is it calling it there to? Yeah, so it's definitely 170 it's going to, not one before it, because there's a return there anyway. So let me go where the room changes start, because and see what's happening. So where's my room changes? So we go sub room, go sub DM, go sub DB, go sub R7, D7 DR. List RM. So it's returning there all right. Top door. Just making sure I've got returns and everything, so it's not. Left door, has that got a return? Yeah. So something is making it go back. I was thinking after all of these as well, I could put a return after each one to make it a bit quicker, because there's no, so for instance, line 90, once it's done that, it doesn't need to keep on reading. It can just be returned. So that's something else I need to look at to speed it up a bit. But it must be, it's running through all of this, and maybe there's something here telling it to go to 170. But yeah, all of these here, well, the majority of them can end with a return to prevent it from reading through all of this code. It's happening after the room change. And it must have been doing it before. I just didn't notice. There's a lot going on there with the older 143. That can come out now. That's no longer needed. Yeah. Ah, we've got a go sub 170 there. Look at 159. I think I might have found it. Why have we got a go sub there? It's obviously, that must be it. List 159. Don't know why that's in there. Now let's try it. I must have put it in there so it does a reboot of the score, maybe. I don't know. There we go. So that's what it was. Well, at least I found it. Right, okay. Brilliant. At least I found it. I'll rem it out for a moment because it was in there for a reason. I don't know why I put it there. So I'm not going to delete it completely. I'll leave it there so that it's a little bit of a reminder. If something happens, I think, that's why it was in there. That's my theory anyway. Right, okay, so I want to add the tabling and everything. Just looking through the plat room, the chat room, plat room, whatever we want to. Hi, Franco. I hear that you I saw that you've downloaded the Sinclair Specky game, the C5 game. Sorry, so you'll have to let me know how you're getting on with it. A lot of bugs in that still. I was playing it today and there's all sorts of terrible stuff going on. It could do with a restart, being rewritten, really. Anyway, I want to put these. Now, if you've just joined the stream and you haven't seen it, we've actually drawn a table and we've drawn a grandfather clock, which I'm now going to position into some of the rooms. And why I'm doing this stream is I had nothing else to do. I'm bored. And I'm doing graphics for this game. I was doing them quietly and I thought, you know what? Rather than me doing them, let's boot it up live so you guys can see the process of me doing it. Anyway, we are where we are and I need to now jot down the numbers of my door and my grandfather clock. And I've already forgotten where they are. I'm too busy yapping. I've got backache as well. This fucking computer chair's not the comfiest. Probably because I'm sat in it so bloody much. Oh. Right, okay. Here we come. Here we go. There's my table. Run 918. Just in case you haven't seen it. There's my little table that I'm putting into the game. I am addicted. You're right, Sunburst. I see you're all coming up with names for the game. "17 people watching." These live streams do seem to be becoming popular, which is good. And I would hate to do them and only one person showed up after all. I've already forgotten what the number was because I'm too busy yapping to you lot. Right, there it is. Okay, so where's it gone? Where's me? That's not it, is it? It's further down. Right, there's my table, and which was that line 918 is the table, and the clock is at 923. Just in case you've just joined the stream, the clock looks like this. Where's it gone? Run 923. Run 923. There we go. There's the grandfather clock. That line you see going across the middle, that disappears. That is to basically delete the line on the wall with an over 1 command. That's how I got rid of that. So you won't actually see that when it's up on the screen. So 923 is the clock. Just writing this down so that I'm not searching. Now, as you can see, line 300, I've already got some variables there, which RM is for the room to be drawn, which goes subs to 900. Got DT for door top, DB door bottom, DR door right, DL, which is door left. So I'm going to put at the end of all this more variables than you can shake a stick at. I'm going to put TB, which is for my table, is going to equal 918, and then I'm going to put let CL equal, which is for my clock, my cock. I better put K. I think I've already got a CL for CK equals 923. So I'm going to put write that next to my numbering. TB CK. Go back to my room changes. I know, Franco, you told me about some code for this earlier in one of your chats for this door opening shenanigans. So I'll look at that later and do the alteration. To be honest, with the stress that the door opening gave me yesterday, I'm staying away from it. So doors. So that's door 0. R1. So we got a door bottom, door right. So I'm going to put there, go sub. I'm going to put the grandfather clock in this room, CK. Yeah. Let me just see if that works, because it might be that the grandfather clock needs to be drawn before the room, or vice versa. That's looking really pretty now, isn't it? Right, up we go. There it is. Cool. I like it. Problem is, when I go back, it's not going to be there. So I need to put it back on the return as well. This is where it gets a bit tricky, trying to remember where we're at. So what I need to do is reinstate my little counter so I know which room I'm in for my number changes. Basically, they're not exactly room numbers, they're more number changes for me to work with. So I go through this room. There it is. If I go back out, go back through, it should still be there. And that bastard got me. Get off. Now, there's still a delay there. It's obviously still calling to 170 when you collide. So I need to sort that as well. So I'm in room 2. So as I go through room 2, 1.5. So it's probably going to be either 2.5 or 1.5. List 130. Got to make sure we put it back. This is where it gets a little bit on the complicated side. It's trying to remember 1.5, look. And if I look where it says door top. So I don't think it's that one. Because we've got door bottom, door right. So it's that one there. Door left, door bottom, yeah. So we need to put it there. So go sub CK. So now it should be printed back up when I go back into the room. And it's put it in there as well. So it wasn't there. Got it wrong. Door bottom, it's this one. I think it's this one. Oh, I put the counter thing at the bottom and it's not helping me one bit. Right, room 0. Now which room are we in? 1.5. Room 2. There we go. Yeah. Brilliant. So that's that sorted. So it's now putting that back where it is. It just adds a little bit of interest, doesn't it, to the game. So the table. Let's skip this room. Maybe put the table there so we've got to walk around it. I might have to move the plot positions of the table, perhaps. I'm not sure because I think I may have put it a bit too far over. So let's put it in and see what it looks like. So room 2. So as I hit 1511, Room 2. So what we got? We got room DB, door left, door. We got go sub room, go sub, door bottom, door left. So it's not that one. I'm looking for door top, door bottom. So it's not that one. There's a door top, door bottom, door top there. But that's room 3. We're in room 3, aren't we? Let's try that. Let's just put it in there and see whether we're right. Go, and then obviously I've got to find the way back out again. Go sub TB from a table. Yes, Sunburst, I'm glad you've said that. Mushrooms is going to be the next thing I'm going to do. Some stationary objects. I will have a read of the chat room. I still haven't worked out how to get you guys on the corner of the screen, so I don't have to keep turning my head all the time. Right, it's not there. So where's it ended up? I bet it's in this room. Doesn't really matter if it's in that room, I suppose. See, there's a delay there. I need to sort that out. So it's redrawing the border all the time. Every time it collides, it shouldn't. Got to make sure it doesn't do that. Yeah, come on. That delay's doing my head in. I'm going to have to sort that out. I need to turn off the collision detection as well when I'm doing the testing. Well, I don't know where my table's gone. Let me sort out that collision problem first, because that's causing a lot of issues for me. Let's 76. So it's go sub 170. Look, that needs to be 171 now, because it does the wine glass bit. In fact, no, it needs to be 172. We don't want to redraw the bottle. List 172. 175 it needed to be. We don't really need that score in there at the moment, but it should have been 175. So let's go back. Go sub 175, and that should speed it up a bit. Let's see if it's done it, and then I'll go back and I'll put a rem in front of that while I'm doing testing, because that little red bastard gets me every time. Yeah, that's better. Right, that's that sorted. So let me read the room numbers. So 1.5. We're now in room 2. So as I go through room 2, I'm in 2.5. So when I'm in room 2.5, I want to draw the bloody table. So let's find out where that is. It will be wherever it says let R equal 2.5, which will be at the end. What I need to do at some point is go back through all of this code and put returns on the end of them all. So there it is. let R equal 2.5. If R equals 2.5, so it's line 100. No, it's not. It can't be that. That's telling it to... It's this one. Just a case of plonking them in until you get it right, isn't it? TB. You could add temporary invincible keys in the in keys so you could turn it on and off as you like. Yes. You only need to draw that border once at the start of the game. Exactly. Doesn't need to be drawn again. Same with the wine bottle. That doesn't need to be drawn again. It's just the infill we're interested in. There we go. So you've now got to walk around the table. And obviously we've got a problem there with our nasty colliding with it. But in the original game, now of course if I go back through there, the table's not going to be there. So I need to work out now the return bit. So when I'm in room 3 and it goes to 2.5, that's where I need to find that. So there we go. Goes there. Go sub TB. Yeah, in the original game, the nasties can actually walk over the table. I played the game today and they actually go over any objects. So the only way I can think of doing it is to give them the nasty the over one feature with a magenta overfill, so when it goes over it, it doesn't delete it. That would be so much easier for me than trying to get the nasty not to hit it all the time. It'd just be less code for me, I think. And because the nasty is on a set directional thing with the code, unless I change the nasty so that it chases you instead, changes it. But I think that's going to be a lot harder, because unless you've got obstacles in the way, you're going to die too quick, I think. So yeah, what I might... The only thing is, if I put an over one in, is the animation for the nasty might play up then. Or could I get away... I don't think Ink 8 or Paper 8 will work with it, will it? Unless I just say the nasty isn't in the same room where there's a table. That's the other option. Yeah, there's a bit of a delay when it draws it, but I can live with that. It looks alright though, doesn't it? See, there's no nasty in there now. So do we just do it so if there's a table in the room, we have no nasty. We put a mushroom in here perhaps as well. Put a mushroom where I'm stood now or whatever. So we got to get past the mushroom as well. I don't know. So how about I put the grandfather clock there as well? So 3.5. So when we change to 3.5, got the hang of this now. So there it is. Let 3 equal 3.5. If R equals 3.5. So it'd be this one here, door right. If we go sub CK, and then as we come out of the room as well, Leave that one there. Yeah, I think I need to change the code for the nasty so that it either goes left or right, like you're saying in the chat room there, or it walks around the table perhaps. Anything to make it a little bit easier, because if I use over one, I'm going to lose the animation, and I quite like the animation of the nasty, him opening and shutting his mouth. And I want to create another user-defined graphic for a different nasty as well. But yeah, I mean, like in this room, he could just be going left and right, couldn't he, up near the top door, perhaps. That looks all right. Oh, I'm quite pleased with this. It's looking good. It's all about presentation. I think the tables kind of work well in these type of rooms because you've got to walk around them. You could put the table in this room as well. So I want to move that over as well. So I might do that next. Oh, you bastard. So there's that bloody door that gave me a lot of grief last night. I don't know what was going on then. It wouldn't let me move left. Something wasn't right then. I think there might have been a problem with that. Can you hear that rain? Jeez. I think there might have been a problem with this. Maybe I've got to return it back to ink 7 because it wouldn't let me move. Ah, yes, there's a problem, look. It's not letting me move now. So there's when I go through the trapdoor, because I've been moving stuff around, I think I've got to return it to ink 7 to stop that happening. It's not letting me move, so there's obviously the ATTR's picking up a conflict somewhere. So there's our trapdoor. I've got an ink 7 there. List 1066. Maybe I haven't put a clear screen in somewhere. Should there be a case of a clear screen there, perhaps? Hang on a sec, what am I doing? Right, okay. I'm just reading the comments. Yeah, it is absolutely pissing it down here. It is bad. I haven't seen so much bloody water. Right, so I've got a problem here with that trapdoor. As I had this before. Every time I went through, there was a colour problem. It could be something to do with these new objects I've been putting in. I'm not going to add a second nasty because it does go a little bit sluggish when there's a nasty in the room, and I think if I add another one, we ain't going to be going anywhere soon. I think that, you know, it's just about playable as it is when there's a nasty in the room. See what I mean? Notice the lag. Now it could be because of the way I'm moving the nasty that's causing that. So that might be worth looking at, maybe just have him moving left or right. Although I do like him kind of randomly circling around. Seems a shame to move it out. That needs to be moved over, so I'm going to keep saying it. He's gone blue again. Why has he gone blue? And my border's gone. My border's gone as well. And you know why, don't you? Remember I found that Go sub to 170? That is the reason why. Because that is the very last room. And when it gets to there, that Go sub was telling it to redraw. So that is the problem area. There it is. List 150. Glad, yeah. It's got to be that. Because there's me ink 7, look. List 159. Because, of course, when it's... What's happening is... It shouldn't... Why is it doing that? It shouldn't be wiping out the... I'm clearing the screen. That clear screen I put in needs to come out. And that Go sub... It needs to go back there somehow. That can be 175. And where did I put that rem? That was where the... Where did I put that clear screen? That was down where the trapdoor was. What number was that? It was right down in the depths, wasn't it? There, right down here somewhere. Trapdoor. I had a clear screen there. Get rid of that. Because that's basically clearing the screen, meaning I'm losing the border. So get rid of that. Now that may work. I think that's what the problem was. Fingers crossed. Right, let's do a little bit of cheating. Let R equal 4.5. Continue. So when I go through there, should skip a few rooms. Still blue. Okay. So after the trapdoor. Don't know why it's doing that. Go sub room. Put an ink 7 at the end there. I might do is actually put the colour on my character anyway. That might help. I'll have a look at the chat room in a minute in case somebody's spotted what the problem is. We had this in a previous stream when I was doing this game. The same thing happened. And I can't remember now what it was. It was something to do with a colour problem. No, it's to do with this trapdoor. I'm sure it was. It's not letting me move. It's not letting me move into that room for some reason. Oh, yeah. That's weird, because why is it letting me walk through the room with the 4 doors, but when I go into the other room, it won't let me go through? So check the room before go sub. Don't you open that trap door. You'll fall in. You fall. You try. It's the trap door. It's the trap door, yes. It's the trap door. Something on the trap door is causing the issue. What have I done? I've done something wrong. You guys have spotted it, and I think I know it's the trap door, but where? Something in that trapdoor is causing the issue. I need to move it over anyway. Keep saying I'm going to move it over. About time I did it. Where is it? So, list 1038. If R equals 7, then go sub 1073. Interesting. What's all that about then? That's in 1073. That is the room where it's playing up. Oh, that's the key. So somewhere in this trapdoor, there's me ink 5 to turn it on. Is it a case that that ink 7 needs to be moved? But it worked before. Why all of a sudden has it decided now it's not going to work? Of course, I can't clear the screen because it'll have to redraw the border again. And I don't want it to do that. So as we go through, look, we go sub, then go sub 161. Oh, that's for the key. Sorry. Right, okay. So we fall into that room there. So that's let's room equals 6. So now let's go back to our room changes and see where it's telling it to turn to 7, because it's happening in room 7. So there it is. If r equals 6, then let r equals 7. That's coming out of it. We're not even getting that far before it's so the problem area. So it's working all right in here. As soon as I go through this room, my text at the bottom has turned blue. It's not letting me move. Not letting me do anything in there for some reason. Every other room is fine. But did you notice the text at the bottom of the screen had turned colour? That might give me a bit of a clue of what's going on then. Right, so look, the text on the left hand corner, the room 6 and the coordinate movement has turned cyan as well. Is it a case of just put an ink white inside the game loop where that's printed? After the trapdoor fall, the ink went to cyan, did it? Let me have a quick look. Have you spotted it? Line 1041, that's where I'm telling it to be cyan. Line 1067, I'm asking it then to turn back to 7. So why is it going... Something is keeping the cyan colour on for some reason. And then we've got Go Sub, just checking this here. There's nothing there saying ink. Right, let's run it again. I've put an ink 7 in the main loop now, so you never know. But something's interfering with it, and it wasn't doing it last night. It's only done it since I've put these new screen objects in. Dusty bin 321. That's what it reminds me of, the little character. Get off. Forgot to turn the collision off. Oh, come on. Right, I've got full movement in this room. It's letting me move everywhere. I'm now moving again. So maybe putting that ink 7 on the main loop has sorted it. It's letting me move. So let's get the key. We've got the key. I need to sort that out as well. So the key, we now need to move that position. Perhaps have it up above the wine bottle, do you think? Maybe? And then obviously I need to delete the key once we've got the key as well. So it's a little past him. So now the magic room's disappeared. There we go. Still moving okay. Opens the door. And what I was thinking now, in this room here, after we've done that, we'll have a graphic representing a big part of a key or something that we've got to collect. And then we'll have a locked door. Next time you go into the magic room, one of the other doors will be locked and you go into that room and there'll be another part you've got to collect, perhaps. You know, that was the idea I had today anyway. So I want to move that key up. I'm going to do that now. Okay, let me have a quick read through the comments. 21 people watching. Welcome to the stream. 3, 2, 1. You back in the game. It happened when you got rid of clear screen. Yeah, you see, the problem is I had to get rid of the clear screen because I didn't want to keep redrawing the border. So maybe that was the issue. But I've now put that ink 7 into the main game loop and it seems to have sorted it out. Fingers crossed it stays that way. I'd avoid arc drawing and use straight lines instead. Arcs and circles are notoriously slow. Yeah, you're correct there. They definitely are. Unfortunately, the clock, it's got a circle, but it is a small circle. The rubber key dungeon. Yeah, we could call it that. That's not quite like that, actually. Ice Cube Adventures in Winnowland. Animated Owl. Why don't you collect all the wine glasses and tip them into a barrel to complete the game? Yeah, that's not a bad idea. I was thinking a similar thing, Al. A sort of artifact you have to collect that's spread around the rooms in parts. Oh, actually forgot that. Wine is healthy. Wine is health. Well, see, I kept saying when I did before I said it was wine on the last live stream, when I was creating the game off live stream, I was thinking of it of a Lucasade bottle, you know, energy drink. And then all of a sudden we kind of decided it was going to be wine. That's why I did it in yellow to represent Lucasade. But now we're like in a wine cellar, aren't we? So maybe the game can be something related to wine. If we're going to go down that route, maybe the game can be called the wine game, or I don't know, wine in ATICs, or wine. I don't know. Alcohol Anonymous. I don't know. I don't know what to call it. Alcohol Dungeon. Yeah, we're all a bunch of pissheads here. Just going back up. Just want to. Is the trapdoor graphic turning the right-hand side of the room, Scion? Don't know. I think we've solved the Scion issue now anyway. That's Few new names I don't think I've seen here before. Urban Lego Spaceman, welcome to the stream. I may have seen you here before, I don't know. Fat Belly, I've seen you before. Could you do a going down steps animation? Yeah, like you mean like the original. Again, would I have to use the over one to do that so that I don't delete the lines as I'm running down the steps? I suppose I could use it a different way. Instead of doing drawn lines, I could use that there as me lines. So we could just print a user-defined graphic behind it. You know, not a user-defined graphic. We could just print that as our footstep going behind it, and that way we wouldn't have to worry. Just an idea. Al's awesome adventure. Is that meant to be awesome? Have you spelled awesome wrong? Armron Adventures. Wine Hunter. Plonk Panic. Spec Boy. Well, I'll let you guys come up with a name. We need something catchy. Right, let me get to that key. So the key's got to be moved. That is a part of the code that I do want to rewrite eventually, because I don't really want to have all of the keys in the gaming loop. So, and that is at line 46. Look, obviously I'm going to have different room numbers that I'm going to have to unlock eventually when those other doors become locked. So lines 46, 47, I'm potentially going to be adding another maybe 6 more lines in there just for keys. So that's why I need to think of a subroutine to call it out of the gaming loop to try and keep the speed flowing at a reasonable place. So that is something I've got to look at. If you look at line 47, that is just one line that picks up whether we're entering through a door. So I need to do something similar there, I think. So when your character is in a certain position, because at the moment the key it's detecting when you're stood outside the front of those doors. So those numbers aren't picking it up. They need to be minus back or +1 or -1 a bit, to recognise that you've got a key in front of it. But for now, I'm not going to worry too much about that at the moment because we've only got the one key. But going forward, that needs to be changed. In fact, it's more, isn't it? You've got line 50 there as well. I've just seen it there. So it's line 46, 47 and 50. Maybe you basic gurus in the chat room can think of a subroutine to take us out of the main loop for when we recognize a different key for a different opening. So we've just got one line of code in the main loop that detects that we need a key, and then it fucks us off to a go sub, excuse the language, and then brings us back again, if you see what I'm saying. Because like I said, we've got 4 doors. I'm going to have 4 doors eventually that every one of them is going to need a key. I suppose another way we could do it is put another variable in. So on line 46, we just change that variable where it says 6. We have a different variable. No, that will stay. R6 will stay. Sorry, so line 47, we could actually leave it in the game loop and just have variables for the 4 and the 11. For obviously for the different positions where the doors are. We're stood in front of the door. So yeah, that's another option. Maybe the 4 and the 11, we have a variable that switches those numbers. So the game recognizes which key we've got to collect next. It then switches those variables. It recognizes what key we've already got, so it doesn't go back to the previous one. That might be the way to do it. So maybe we don't need a subroutine. Maybe we could leave that in there and just do a swap of variables. So when we go to the room change, list 80, when we go to the room change subroutine, maybe that can be hidden in there somewhere. I don't think any of you are listening to me, are you? You're too busy naming the game. Oh, I forget, there is a 15-second delay, so I'll let you off. Maybe some answers will come. But for now, I'm going to just concentrate on getting rid of moving that wine glass. Let me just run the game. Where shall I place it? So when we collect, not the wine glass, sorry, the key. When we collect the key, I've got my lives at the moment at the bottom underneath the wine glass. They could possibly come up slightly. We could bring them up slightly. They're not actually doing anything at the moment anyway. They're just printed there just to give us some sort of vision. Because I'm thinking if we are going to collect parts of something, then that could go above the wine glass. So let me move those men up slightly, and then maybe the keys can go underneath. List 800. I think that's where they're at. Round about here, there we are. Score. Where's the little men? Or the dusty bins, whatever you want to call them. Too far down. 500. We've still got that chicken graphic in there as well. That needs to be taken out. Where? Come on. Where are they? There they are. There they are. Look, line 200, dead on it. So they could. Let's bring them up slightly. So 17, 16. Let's see what it looks like there. Yeah, that's all right. I don't think we need to go over to the right. I think that's fine where it is. And now my keys can perhaps just tuck underneath them. I mean, we're only ever going to be holding one key. So if I keep it central where it was and just bring it right up. I think the key is somewhere around here. There it is, list 150. So that will now be... No, that's not the one. That's where it's printing it. Where is the call to get rid of the key? Right, let me go back to the main loop because it'll be there. It'll probably tell me there, won't it? 163. Oh, that prints the door over it. So it's not that one. That's for unlocking the door. What 1038. That's the trap. That's the wrong one. That was the wrong call. It was the one below it. If r equals 5 and y is, then go to 1000, yeah, list 1038. If r equals 7 and not key and 16, then go sub 1038. If r is 5. Where the hell is it? 1073. There it is. I got him. There he be. Here he be. 18. I'll put it at 17. Take him up 17. I think. Let's see what it looks like. Let r equal 4.5. Continue. You do realise I'll probably be on this again tomorrow night and Sunday night because I got Monday off. I'm going to move that over next. So that's really bugging me. Might put the table in this room as well, actually. Oh, get off! You son of a bitch. Get off me. There we go. Maybe bring it down one. So I'll go for 18. So it's just so we've got a bit of a nice space there. Yeah, bring it down one. So 1827. I need to remember that because when I come to delete it, 1827, 1827. 1827. We'll get rid of it. How can I work on the C5 game if you are always streaming? You just have to make time. The thing is, why I'm doing these streams is because obviously we're building 2 games, potentially 3 if we include the C5 game, and I just feel like if I do a lot of it off screen without you guys seeing it, you're not seeing what I'm doing and you're not getting involved as much. That's why I just decided tonight, rather than me just sat here, I'm going to jump on the live stream and show you what I'm doing, and you can throw ideas at me, and you know, so if it means I've got a live stream every night, then so be it, because at the moment I'm living alone, without going into my personal life at the moment. But it's nice to have a little bit of company because it's only me and the dog. And until my wife returns home after Christmas. But I won't be available because I am actually going up there at the end of near the Christmas week. I'll be up in Yorkshire with her, so I won't be able to stream all that week. So I've got to make up for it. But it can be pretty depressing sometimes when I'm sat here and there's sod all on the TV. That's better. Yeah, I quite like the placement of that. I think that looks quite cool. Of course, I've got to delete the lives as well, haven't I? So that's another thing that needs doing. So if I now go back that way. Get past the... Get off! No, 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 no. You son of a bitch. You fuck. I might make one of the nasties look like the cork of the bottle, perhaps. That might be a good idea. Yes, I like the company of people on the spectrum. Sunbust. Yes, I do. At the moment, the spectrum has become my life, which is quite sad. I know. While the cat's away, the mice will play on the specky. You've got it. Wink, wink. Yeah, that's right. While the wife's away, Alex will play. Yeah. Franco, this is a good name for the game. While the wife's away. Yeah. That is a good name for the game, actually. Yeah. While the wife's away, the mice will play. Yeah. Maybe we should call it that. Maybe we should have a nasty in there that's a mouse. Or maybe I should change the main character to a mouse. I don't know. Grape Escape. That's a good one. I like that. Grape Escape. How can I work on the sea? Oh, we've read that bit. You know, I might wake up tomorrow and start programming another game. So then we'll have 4 projects on the go. But I think we need to finish this at least this one and the platform game. I mean, the platform game is coming on really well. Where you've got 3 levels in that now. I think, to be fair, it probably only needs 1 more level, or maybe we could push to a 5th level, and have like the last level a big boss to defeat or something. I don't know. But I wanted to spend a bit of time on this game, this ATIC ATAC, because I haven't been on it for a while. Just wanted to get me head around it again. Right. I want to move that, because I keep going on about it, the trapdoor over a bit. Because I'm not happy with the way it's positioned. It's too far over to the right. So, where is the trapdoor? Where are you? Should know by now. Plus, I've got to delete every time I lose a life, which I haven't done yet. So line 200. I was thinking maybe putting them in as a under a string value, and then just delete the string one by one as we get deleted. That's how I did the Manic Miner clone game. That worked quite well to get rid of them. so the program knows exactly how many you've got left. Right. Anyway, for now, I want to concentrate on the trapdoor. Here it is here. List 1042. Now all of these boxes need to be moved over. So at the moment the little one is at 81. So maybe if I minus them by 10, so that's 71. Let's just run that and see what it looks like. Run 1041. Yeah, so that must have been the big one then. Yeah. So minus 10 from that. 15. Run 1042. Am I going the right way? Okay, so I'm centering it up with the name of this TV, and its name's right underneath it. It's called Alba, ALBA, and I'm using that as my central mark. So it's near enough. So let's go and see if that looks better. I don't know whether I need another square. Maybe one more square. Maybe that might be enough. Let R equal 4.5. Continue. Still needs to go over, doesn't it? So it needs to go. If I look where that door is, and up, so look where it says L break into 0. Let L break into. I'm looking at the O, not 0. So that's near enough my central line. So that box still needs to come over quite a lot. So where are we? Let's minus it by 20. 7. Oh, wrong one. Bollocks. Not that one, was it? This one. I forgot my... where are we? Right, let's just run it. Let R equal 4.5. 4.5. Continue. By the way, somebody tried to join the Facebook Learning Basic group, and you actually joined the wrong group. And I tried to message you to tell you, and I ended up deleting the invite. And I thought, oh shit, and it deleted your name as well. So apologies for that. But there's two groups on there. One of the groups, when I used to do animation, hence why the channel's called Animated Owl, because I actually used to I had a go at doing animation, you know, cartoons and shit like that. That's why the channel was originally called Animated Owl. And then the Spectrum got released, and then my hobby changed to this. So I kept the name anyway. What the hell have I done there? Ironically, my name used to be, for ages, Rainbow Owl. But I changed it because everyone thought I was queer because of the rainbow flag. And then it was Specky Owl. Okay, this was before I was even into the Spectrum. It went from Rainbow Owl to Specky Owl, and I'll explain why in a minute. And then from Specky Owl, it went to Animated Owl. And then I got into the Spectrum. And now I'm thinking, I wish I'd kept it as Specky Owl now. Now, the reason why it was Rainbow Owl and then went to Specky Owl, I used to be into paranormal investigation, yeah? I used to be a paranormal investigator. That was another hobby I had. And my first gadget was the full spectrum video camera. Okay, so videos it uses the full spectrum. And one of my colleagues who was in the paranormal investigation team gave me the nickname Rainbow Owl because he thought it sounded better than Specky Owl. So he called me Rainbow Owl, and the name kind of stuck. And yeah, like I say, the problem was everyone thought I was queer because of the rainbow flag. So I didn't like that idea, so I got rid of it. And yeah, and that's kind of how I've ended up with Animated Alex or Animated Owl. It was also Owl UK Crazy as well. My name was Owl UK Crazy. The channel was called that for a while because I used to do comedy skits. And if you go through my channel, you'll probably, some of it's still on there. Yeah, I used to do comedy skits. I've tried everything. I've even tried doing a little bit of music and poetry and all that sort of stuff until I found something that really got my interest, that niche being what we're on now. Now, is it this box here that needed to be changed? I don't think I did it, did I? So yeah, that's the history of the name of the channel. Part of me thinks, should I go back to the original Rainbow Owl now that I'm back on the Spectrum? Or should I just keep it as it is? Everyone knows me now as Animated Owl. But I could kick myself because I was once called Rainbow Owl and Specky Owl. So, what have I done? At 25, that's been changed, hasn't it? I've messed something up here. Run 1042. Run 1042. Up a little bit more. 45. Run 1042. Yeah, that'd do me. Yes, I was a Ghostbuster. And did I ever catch anything? Well, I did catch a lot on the sound recorders. And I had some strange shit happen once on I don't know if you guys know Cornwall, but down here in Bodmin, we got Bodmin Jail. And I did a paranormal investigation there. and I was on the full spectrum camera at the time, filming what they call like a seance sort of thing, where four of them sat around a round table with a wine glass turned upside down, and they all had their finger on top of the glass, and the glass started moving round with their finger on it. And I was filming it at the time. It was a real stormy night, a bit like it is now, real pissing down with rain, really horrible night. Really gave that atmosphere, you know, that haunted atmosphere. And this was before Bodmin Jail got renovated into a five-star hotel. Anyway, they all start letting go of the glass, taking their fingers off it one by one. And on the glass is still going round. And on the last one, the last person who took their finger off, that glass, and I swear you not, went around 2 more times on its own with no one touching it. And then it flew off the table and smashed. And we were all like, holy shit. And at the same time, my camera battery just died, completely dead. And it was fully charged. No shit, I'm not lying to you. It was fully charged. And the whole footage, no footage of it or anything. It's like the battery just completely drained when this happened. Yeah, well spooky. So that was a strange one. Can't really explain. And voices, we caught a lot of, because I was into all the technical stuff. So I was like the tech guy. I had the sound equipment. I had a security system running off a car battery, because a lot of these places didn't have power. You know, we would go to abandoned buildings and stuff. So I had cameras set up, night vision cameras, you name it, I had it all set up. But never actually caught anything on camera. But the sound equipment I did. Caught a lot of voices. Hell of a lot of voices. A lot of real crude swearing and stuff as well, you know. And no one was in the room. Photography, caught something on camera. 3 things on camera, which was quite strange. One of them was at a cave in Torquay, I think it was. Kent's Caving, I think the cave's called, if memory serves me right. And I mean, we took it seriously. There was about 4 of us in the group. At one stage there was 8 of us. On this particular, that's better. Does it still need to go over to the left? Maybe I don't know. But yeah, there was about 4 of us on this ghost hunt. And we were trying the method where you use dowsing rods, which are normally used for detecting water. But some bright spark has decided you could also detect spirits with it, you know. And I'm not talking about the alcoholic spirits. I'm talking about ghosts. And anyway, these dowsing rods were going mental, and I was taking photographs of the person holding them. And when we got back and looked at the footage, in one photograph, he's there holding the dowsing rods, and we always used to take double snaps of everything, with times, you know, with the time stamp on it and everything. And one picture after, he had completely disappeared from the photograph, and you could see, because there was like 3 of them stood around a circle. You could see the other 2 people, but he had completely disappeared. This black mass had covered over the top of him, so that was a bit freaky. Another situation is we went to a haunted farmhouse, did a big investigation there. This was a private one. All the other ones we went to, we had to pay to get in, but this was a private one. We had we called them a customer. They asked if they were experiencing loads of shit going on. Said they had a headless man on a horse riding through their farm and stuff. Anyway, we didn't see this headless man, and this guy had was known to be a bit of a drinker, so we think he might have been hallucinating some of this shit. But anyway, we did the investigation. We did catch quite a lot of creepy stuff going on the sound recorder, you know, all of that stuff. 3 o'clock in the morning shouting out, is anyone there, and all that rubbish. And you don't hear anything at the time, but when you get back and play the tape recorder, we were getting stuff like someone was telling us to F off, and yeah, there was a lot of that. Basically, whatever it was telling us to go away. And we had some strange photographs. I remember I took a photograph up the staircase, nothing there, completely blank, just a staircase, and on the top of the staircase was a table. I was at the bottom of the staircase. I took a photo. When I looked at the photo, there was this bright yellow squarely lined thing. I thought at first it was the flash, but I didn't have the flash on. So that was a weird photograph. All of this stuff used to be on our website. We were called State of Panic, but I think the website's actually shut down now. I mean, I'm talking about, this was like, when did we do it? This was something like 12 years ago we did this. So it's all gone now. All the equipment. I've still got the equipment, some of it anyway. But it's a very boring hobby. Especially when you're sat in a room at stupid hour, in the morning, and shouting out aloud, asking if there's anyone there, and you hear the neighbours shout, "Fucking shut up!" But yeah, we got into it when it was a big thing on the telly. That's what drove us to it. Ghost Hunter was on, and Most Haunted, and all that rubbish. And that's why we got into it, really. I'm not going to see whether this key disappears. Right, okay, so I don't think the trapdoor looks too bad now. Busy yapping away, not actually looking at what I have done. Was it 4.5? Oh, dearie me. Right, let's have a look. Is this trapdoor better where it is now? Yeah, I don't know. Does it still need to go over a little bit more? Don't think I've still got it right, have I? It still needs to go over a bit more. Let's take another 10 off. So that'll be 41. $85. 75. 60. Yeah. Might be too much, actually. Yeah, that's better. That's better. Happy with that. Oh, I haven't got the key, have I? Right. Okay, I'm happy with that now. That looks a lot better, cleaner. Let's get rid of that for a minute. Now I put my ink 7 there, so I might have to put my ink 7 somewhere else. So let's have a look at the screen. Right, I like that now. That looks nice. So the only other thing I need to do is I haven't just have a little walk through the positioning of the clock and the table. So I've got it in this room here. It's actually starting to look like a game now, isn't it? Quite pleasing to the eye. Well, I think so. Oh, you bastard. List 70. Let me turn him off so that I can at least have a little bit of a walk through the game without worrying about getting zapped. I thought there might have been a big difference in speed remming that out as well, but there isn't. Still, it's a little bit better, but not a great deal. Walk around the table. Do we need a score in this game? Because there's nothing to really give you a score, is there? I'm thinking I might put the grandfather clock and the table in this room. Of course, I shouldn't have taken the I shouldn't have taken the counter down, should I? Print R. 4.5. So we've got to find where it says 4.5. R equals 4. There's 4.5 there. So it's list 118. Go sub, TB, go sub, SL, SK, SK. Right. So 4.5. Need to find it coming back the other way now. Hey Franco, you were saying about the Specky game. When are you going to do it if I'm streaming? I did actually think about just waking up in the morning and just start streaming straight away and just spend like 12 hours stuck on this thing. And then I thought to myself, nah, don't do that, you sad git. But I did think about doing like a major marathon on this thing just to try and get the game completed. Because the weather's shit, and I thought, what am I going to do with myself tomorrow? But I have got stuff I can get on with, so I need to have a break from it. Right, I'm going to have a read through the stream in a minute. I'm just the comments, sorry. Let me just make sure that that is positioned where I wanted it to be. I still think as well, the objective of the game, I think maybe we should have like, maybe on one of these walls, either the left, maybe the right hand side one or the left, a big fancy doorway or something, which I could probably do in draw as well. And that will be the room that we've got to eventually get back to unlock, to get out of this. So maybe we could have it on this side, a big grand door which is locked. And the only way to unlock it is we've got to collect the parts. And when maybe when we get through there, we're greeted with a grapevine for the wine. Or something like around that sort of thing. I don't know. There we go. We've got both of them in there. That looks good, doesn't it? That's better. Very nice. I think what I might do next now is do a user-defined graphic for some mushrooms or something to have some objects to avoid. And obviously I've still got to sort out what I'm going to do about this nasty as well with his movement because of the objects that are in the way. He's just taking them out, isn't he? Oh, of course, I've remmed him out, haven't I? So don't have to worry about him eating me. That looks cool. I like that. That's nice. Do like that, I must admit. What I was thinking of doing in this room as well is perhaps putting some like red lines in the center of the walls, making it a bit different because it's a different, you know, what I keep calling the magic 4-door room. But eventually, yeah, the key disappeared. Cool. See, what makes it interesting is because of the way we've done it, is you kind of lose your bearings a bit and think, where the hell am I? Sorry, just had to answer a text message there. Right. I'm quite pleased with how that's looking. At the moment, when I die, it's just going straight to stop. So that stop needs to be changed. We need to delete a life. Now I can either do that, or we can look at doing another user-defined graphic for a nasty. I quite fancy doing the graphic. Because that's what I titled this live stream, graphics. So yeah, I think I might have a look at that. Why not, hey? So at the moment we've got that smiley face thing. And I'm going to change that. Before I do that, let me just poke my head into the chat room and see what's being said. 13 watching, we dropped in some numbers. Did you try Over 1 or Paper 8 for the nasty? No, I haven't. Over 1 is mandatory, I think. Paper 8 won't stop the nasty erasing the table. No, Over 1 would ruin the animation, yeah. How about this? I've just talked about changing the nasty, yeah? How about the new nasty doesn't have any animation? So he is in the room where there is a table, okay? This nasty on the screen at the moment, the red one, he just appears if there's nothing in the room, you know, no table. So we have a different nasty that doesn't have an animation. And then I could use the Over 1 perhaps on that. Or like someone's just said there, Will I Coty, we changed the animation completely on the nasty, so that if it detects something in the way, it bounces off. I don't think I can do that at the moment with the animation that I've got in place. Let's just have a look at that, because that is another option. We just changed the animation sequence. So if it detects magenta or cyan, it just bounces away from it. So there's the nasty, list 60. Let me put that up on the screen. (76). I was just about to delete that, but no, don't delete it. You've got that remmed out, you idiot, because you're testing. So yeah, that's all animation there. Look, line 69 is what's doing all the movement. So maybe one of you bright sparks can come up with an animation where he's moving around the room, and if it hits magenta, it just bounces off. Be very similar to the animation that I created when I did the ball bouncing routine, and I use same sort of routine that I used for my Jetpack Willy game, which still isn't finished either. So I could use that perhaps. So when it detects a colour, it just bounces away from it. Or I do an animation like I did for my capture game, where the nasty chases you basically, and if it touches you, obviously it's game over, like, you know, because he's going to drain your wine glass. That might make the game a bit too hard though, because you'd need at least a couple more obstacles to give you some chance of getting through each room. So there's the code anyway up on the screen. Line 69 is what's doing the movement. Could I add into that if it hits magenta, the code changes, or is it going to mess stuff up? I can't see how we can change that on using this particular style of animation I've chosen. Anyway, I'll leave that up on the screen for a bit while I'm design another nasty. I think the way to do it is to change the animation sequence so when it hits the table it just bounces off it, personally. So I think we're going to have to change that. Or I do it the other way. We have a different nasty for a room where there's a table. But that might involve a bit more code. If you know what I mean. It might involve a little bit too much code and slow things down. So we're on a we're not on a winner with either way we go. So I've created a bit of like a Pac-Man ghost sort of shape for the next nasty. Which wouldn't really require any animation because he'd just be floating around. A floater. Don't know if I can show you because it was playing up the other day. Yeah, there you go. So that's what I've just done on the graphics. Can you see that all right? That's my thought for the next nasty. Just wondering if I can... There. You should be able to see it all now. So that's the little graphic I've made. Or maybe we should try something different. I did say, what about a cork, didn't I? For that's came out of the wine bottle, maybe floating around. So maybe a cork shape, perhaps. Bit boring though, isn't it? Maybe make it a bit bigger. We could give it some eyes. Don't know what that's meant to be. Or we could just have a big smiley face floating around. Bring that down a bit. No, I don't know. What do you think? It's the BBC owl. I've run out of whiskey to put in my beer. Going to check the cupboard. Be right back. A floater. Yes, you can. Yeah, we could do a floater, couldn't we? We could do a turd. Good idea. What about, see if I can do a turd. Does that look anything like a turd? I don't know. In fact, I did one for my Chomper game, didn't I? That looked like a turd. Big pile of shit just floating about. Huh? Put some highlights in it. So we could have a big steamy turd floating about. Or what about because we're going for like the theme of drinking alcohol, we could have a beer glass maybe floating around. Give it a big handle. Look. Something like that. I don't know. You tell me. Or we could just have some sort of spiky, nasty sort of thing. Maybe. With tentacles coming out the side of him, like something like that, maybe. You give it some big eyes. Come out that way, that way. Maybe something like that. I was going to do the what are they called? Mushrooms. That's what we were going to do. Going to do the mushrooms, which are stationary, weren't we? So let's do them. So I'm going to do it. I'm going to use 2 user-defined graphics for this. So that'd be like 1/2 of the mushroom. Perhaps put some little. That'd be the other half. Something like that, maybe. Does that look like a mushroom shape? If you imagine that, and that'd be the other side of it. And then obviously I'll do a stalk for it further down. Put it more, maybe a bit more shadow underneath it. Let me punch this in. Otherwise we'll be here all night with me just watching me fucking filling in black boxes. So let's, where's the graphics? Where's the graphics? Here we go, user-defined graphics. So we've got, of course we've still got the chicken in there as well, haven't we? Where was the chicken? A, B. So the chicken is AB. So that was our first 2 lines. So those can be changed. List 1081. So graphic A was our part of my chicken, which we're no longer using. Unless we have the chicken as the baddie. Okay, Franco's put a bit of code in there. So I try that. Let me do the big mushroom first, see what this looks like, and then I will do that and see what happens. So that's 3, 12, 51, 73, 88, 143, 1, 2, 6, and 4. And that's the other side of the mushroom. I have no idea if this is going to look like a mushroom, but got to try it, I guess. 48. It's going to be a big mushroom. 204. 146. 26. 241. I need to do a save as well in a minute. I haven't done any saving for a bit. As soon as I've done this, I'm going to save it. So graphic A, B. Now if I give it a stalk, I don't know whether it looks like a mushroom or not, but there's room for improvement. Take it that way. Right, let me just do the save. ATIC 1, I'm going to call it. Especially with this weather at the moment, that's all I need in it. It's a power cut, and I didn't save anything. I've been, no. Right. 1094 can actually go because that's not being used. That was just to see what it looked like before. What is that doing? List run 1096. What's that doing? What's all that about? Oh, that was my list 1096. Right, let me get rid of this for a minute. No, I need... That's no longer needed. That was for when I was dissolving the chicken. 1096 can go. 1094 can go. And I need to quickly come over to here and do the stalk. Put a couple of highlights on it. In fact, maybe I should do it all in... Let me just do that for now. Let me type this in, then I'll put the screen back to normal so you got the full screen back. Date to 96. 96. 96. 32. 96. 32. 32. 224. 224, 24, yeah. 1091. Data, flip that over. 6, 6, 6, 4, 6, 4, 4, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 11. That's 88, isn't it? Be 87. Go. Right. It looks nothing like a mushroom, but there you go. Right, let me put the screen back to normal. How's that? Is that better? That looks about right. Yeah. Do the mushroom with one user-defined graphic. Yeah, maybe I should have done. What do you think? Because I don't know whether I like this now. I've done it. A, B. Let's see what it looks like before I go any further. Oh, I don't look too bad. Well, I don't know. What do you think? Should I use that or not? Or should we do one user-defined graphic like was suggested by Sunbuster? Looks good. Okay. That's a cloud from a weather map. This is like Alien in Space Invaders. Oh, you must be talking about the user-defined graphics that I've been doing. Yeah, it looks a bit like Sorting Hat from Harry Potter. Call the game Steaming Heaps. Yeah, that's a quite a catchy little name. How about a skull shaped for a nasty? Ronald, I like that. Yeah. And you're all talking about brandy and whiskey. It's a bit big. It does look like a mushroom, but it's a bit big, yeah. I'll tell you what I'll do is before we decide whether we're keeping it or not, let's put it. Let's just choose a line 33, and let's just to see what it looks like. 12, 12, graphic AB. Let's see what it looks like when it's actually on the playing field at 13, 12, graphic KJ. Yeah. And if we have it in ink 2, just to see what it looks like. So do you think that's a bit too big? Strange, I thought it would have killed me because it's red, but it hasn't. I don't know whether I like that. It doesn't look in keeping with the game, does it? Okay, see, I've just been sent a one user-defined graphic for a... Maybe that could be the 4 parts you need to collect. Once collected, you can lick it to have a trip out of to escape. So you're all saying it's too big. Let me try that user-defined graphic that's just been sent to us. List 2000. Where are my graphics again? There we go. So let's change that first one because that's the first one. Let me punch in them graphics that's just been sent to me. 24, 52, 94, 181, 255, 24, 24, and 60. Right. List list of 33. So this is one user-defined graphic sent in by Sunbuster Studios. See what this looks like. Oh, that's better. Yeah. What do you think, guys? It's inverse, though. So you want me to inverse it? Is that what you're saying? Nah, I think it looked better the other way. And what colour should we do them? What colour? So we can't have magenta. We can't have cyan. Unless I could inverse that, like you say, and do it the other way, and then use paper colour if I wanted it to be magenta or cyan or whatever. So we could get around it that way by inverting the graphic, and then I can use a paper colour. What's it look like? Yeah, we've got... But the key doesn't matter because the keys, we can have yellow. Or do we just keep it red? Just keep it red? Green would look good. Because don't forget, we've already got a red nasty floating around. Yeah? Of course, the other thing we could do, if we're only going to call it, this might slow it down though. Because in the original game of ATIC ATAC, they're using a random colour, but this might slow the basic down. But just out of interest, just want to see what it looks like. Why didn't it do it? Didn't get rid of the ink 4, did I? Didn't get rid of the ink 4. There, right. This might slow it down. Well, it hasn't. It's still running at a reasonable speed. So in the original ATIC ATAC, the mushrooms are actually doing that. All right. And it hasn't affected the speed. I thought it might have affected the speed, but don't forget, I'm probably going to have to put them in a subroutine. And well, unless I keep them in the gaming loop and just do a call for what rooms I want them in, because obviously at the moment they're going to be in every room, and I then need to work out a collision detection. But if they're in one location, like say for that, I can just use a coordinate collision detection, which would probably be easier than trying to do ATTR. Because otherwise, if I use ATTR, I've got to do it. It won't work. Will it work? I don't know. I suppose we could use an ATTR, but So for instance, if I put if r equals 3, then print at see, to keep the random colours changing, it needs to be in the loop, doesn't it? Unless we keep go subbing to it, which will just slow it down. So now it shouldn't come on until I go into room 3. Which I believe is the next one. Or is it the next one? What? Where's me mushroom? There it is. So you could put it where I'm stood at the moment or something. So you've got to, I mean, we can have two side by side. We can have as many as we want. Random 6 times 1. Random 6 plus 1, yeah? Don't forget, if you're random cycling colours, it will occasionally be cyan and magenta, which are war colours. True? Yeah. So are you all saying just have it red then? Well, let's see. Let me see. Let's go back to room 3. I've got 2 of them in there now. Let's just see if it does affect it. Don't forget, I'm going to do the collision detection to it, so it shouldn't really matter, surely. Oh, I went off the screen a bit with it. Yeah, it does stop. Yeah, you're right. It does stop when it hits it. So maybe we would have to have ink 2 then. What's being said? You need a colour detector for each one though, for coordinates. Collision doesn't seem to break it, stopping it. Okay, because you take damage. Yeah. So shall we just keep it as ink 2 then? Now we already had a collision for ink 2, but I think the reason why it's not picking it up is because the ATTR for ink 2 only comes into play on the subroutine for the nasty. I've got the collision turned off, haven't I? So. Oh, he's on ABS, isn't he? That's why. Yeah, the nasty's on ABS. If you remember, I didn't use ATTR in it. So that's why it's not dying on the red, because I haven't got an ATTR command for it, but I've just put one in. I don't know whether this will work the way I've programmed it. Put it at the end of the print statement. I don't think it will, but I'm going to try it anyway. Yeah, it worked. So there you go. So we could just put some random numbers in here then, you know, work out the random numbers to put in there. But I think they need to be printed on the screen all the time for the collision detection to work. Otherwise, if it's not, the collision detection won't work unless I do if x plus 1 or x minus 1 or y plus 1 or y minus 1 equals 2. So I think they're going to have to remain permanently being printed. Didn't slow it down anyway. If that's the only thing in the room and not a moving nasty, then we should be okay, in theory. If you want the random color going, I think the best solution is I invert the mushroom and I use paper color and do it that way. You know, and then you could use the ATTR that way. Then it wouldn't matter because it's not an ink color, we're using a paper color instead. So if you want those mushrooms to be a random color all the time, going different colors, I would suggest we invert the mushroom and we use paper color that way. And then we haven't got to worry if it goes magenta or cyan because it will be paper color. Or as just been said there by Manti, bright one. Yeah, that's the other thing. We don't have to use ATTR because it is fixed. Yeah, it's a fixed position. It's not moving. I can use the same method as I have done for picking up the wine glass and the key. You know, I just put if y equals 12 or x equals 12, then you get zapped, you know? Or if y equals 9 or x equals 8, then you're gone. And I could change these. I could put these numbers in variables. So if y equals a or x equals b or whatever it is, that would probably be an easier way. Then I wouldn't have to worry about it being constantly being printed. It wouldn't matter that way then, because if you touch it, you're going to lose a life anyway. So that's my thoughts. We don't have to use the ATTR. It would be quicker because it would be less code, because then we could just put the bloody things where we want. You know, we could just put random numbers where we want it to go. But there's no reason, if you're going to put random numbers, again, you could put it on a coordinate collision as well. So there's two ways we can do this. Well, three ways. I either change everything to paper color, or I put a bright one in like someone suggested. So that might be an easier option, actually. I don't have to worry about redoing the graphic. So if I go int random times 6 plus 1 bright 1. We need to tell it first that it's an inc. So inc. So we're going to use bright 1, and then I'm gonna obviously turn the bright 1 back off, because I don't want it interfering with anything else. So need to now work out the calculation. Is it 128 for bright or 64? I can't remember. Where's my book? Anyone know before I start looking? I can't remember if it's 128 or 64, or it might not even be in them. I've got them written, got them in my book here somewhere. I'm trying to remember what the number is for bright. Or was it 64? Come on, what page are you on? 64, yeah, plus 60. Someone in the chat room has just said 64. Save me trying to find it. Thank you very much. So it will be 64. I'm gonna have to put that in a variable, aren't I? I'm gonna have to put, yeah, okay. So it'd be 6. So let's say I'm gonna change that in a minute. I'm gonna put 64 plus. And if I put I'll use IK. I'm going to have to do a separate. I'm going to have to do a variable here, aren't I? Because it's not going to. It needs to know what the number is. So let IK equal int random times 6 plus 1. Yeah. So if R equals 3, then let IK equal int random times 6. That should work, surely. It might say it doesn't know what IK is. I might have to put it in the main variable list. I don't know. Shouldn't do. So you're saying I didn't need to put bright 0 there? can always get rid of it in a minute. So here we go. There, it worked. But you're saying don't put bright 0 in, it'll only affect the print statement. I was just a little bit concerned that it wouldn't, so... So what you change it to if ATTR is more than 63. So what you're saying, I don't need to put the variable in there. I'm just worried, Franco, if we decide later on in the game to do something else that's a higher number than the 63 maybe. I'm going to try what Franco said because it would get rid of that variable then and I ain't got to worry about it. Because I very much doubt it we're going to go any higher. I'm not going to, as long as we remember that it's only going to happen in that room, isn't it? And then I need to go back and delete all that. It is... Just tidies the code up a bit, doesn't it? Let's see if that works. And then what I'll do is I'll go back, I'll get rid of that stop and get it to drain the wine glass. I'll keep it where it is at the moment. We've done well on this tonight, haven't we? We've got some objects on the screen. Got the grandfather clock going on. We've got a table. I wanted to put that piece of code in as well that Franco suggested for the nasty, so it doesn't wipe out the... They look cool. I like that. Yeah, it works. Very cool. And we got a nasty in there. Now, he will just go over them and shouldn't take them out because they're constantly printing anyway, so it shouldn't matter. Of course, I can't do continue, can I? Oh, yeah. Yeah, like that, see? So he'll just go over them anyway, regardless. I've got him turned off at the moment. Yeah, see? That's cool. Brilliant. And it stops when I hit it. That is really impressed with that. So instead of it hitting stop, let's go to list. So that's at line 33. My ABS was at list 75. And so I need to go sub to 166. Let L equal L. Then go sub 175. Now I don't want to respawn this. I'm not going to respawn it. So just when you touch it. So where does go list 166? Where does that go? Oh, that's the bit I want. That's the bit where it drains the wine glass. So list. Oh, shut up. Get off. List 175. Just let me write this down. List 70. So 76 I'm looking at. because I need to know where the mushrooms need to go. So 166 does the drain on the wine. Then let L equal L minus 3. Not sure what that's doing now. List 175. What's that doing again? That's, oh yeah, that is that's filling it back up, surely. I can't remember how I did this now. I'm just going to go to I'm just going to go to 166 for now and see what happens. Because that's the redraw bit. Let's write that down anyway. 175. That's the full, I'm sure it is. Oh, if FU equals 1. Okay, so maybe it does need to go there. List 33. I don't want it to respawn though. Go sub 166. Let's quickly try that and then we'll save it. Yeah, I'm going to compile it after this. I will do. See how it goes. Animated out. I think this is my favourite basic game you've made so far. Yeah, it's coming on nicely, isn't it? 66. If ATTR FG equals 3, then let F equals F. Right. Is that the code for that? Okay, let's put that in quickly. List 66. So this is the piece of code, yeah, to... I think... Let me put line 66 in first and then I'll save it. 66. If... where's the ATTR? ATR. FG equals 3. Then let F equal minus F. Is that minus F? The screen's so small. Let G equal minus G. Yeah? Okay. What's going on with this? Right. Please try compile. Yeah, we will compile it, definitely. I'm intrigued to see what it looks like as well. Yeah, maybe save. Got 14 people watching. Thank you for joining me tonight for this ATIC ATAC recreation, which we haven't decided on a name yet. Let's just quickly save that, because I'm just listening to the weather and sod's law. I don't save it and we have a power cut. Right, let's see what happens. I can't remember what I did now. Oh yeah, I wanted to see whether it just drained the wine bottle. I think I've got to do a call to that other go sub though, so it recognises if it's empty. Still got him switched off at the moment, so that bit of code. Right, let's see the nasty what he does when he hits the... Now he's still going through it. He's still going through it, Franco. Right, the mushrooms. He drained him. He's draining him. He's draining him. He's draining, and it's stopped. List 167. Yeah, that's correct. So it's doing it because that is basically If the wine glass gets defended, we've just got to stop there at the moment because we haven't done a game over routine. So list 66. Is it a case, Franco, that that's in the wrong place? Should it not be at 70 after it detects the movement? Sometimes that could just be the case that it's in the wrong place. 66. Move that. 70. Let's see if it does it now. I've put it at line 70 after the moving instruction. Let's see what happens now. Considering it is in basic. No, that didn't work. It is playing well. It's playing nice. Where are we? Blah blah blah. 70. Should that not be FA? Oh no, G's there as well. Oh, coordinates are. It should be AB, surely. AB, not. Oh, Nasty's running on AB, not FG. FG is the step counter involved with it. Maybe that's. I don't know. I'm fucking. I'm guessing now. Right, let's see if he takes the table out. I think he already has. Yeah, still not working. Let me put 71 print at 20 0 21 0, sorry. Let's see what his ATR is actually saying. Yeah. Of course, it's going to just say 2, isn't it? No, it's not changing. Moving stuff around here a bit so I can. It might be that it needs to be before. Let's see if we get a reading before it. That's not changing it, is it? It's probably because it's a stationary object. Wonder whether I'll get a reading as it, if I'm looking in front of it or behind it or whatever. Have I deleted the nasty? Oh, there he is. Yeah, it's registering it there. See, it is registering it. So it's picking up the colour in front of it. So it looks like I'm going to have to do it looks like I'm going to have to do every single bloody one of it. So 69. If ATR equals 3 or ATR, it's because it's stationary. If it was moving, I wouldn't have this problem. That's why I don't like ATR, because you got to cover every corner of it. It's you shouldn't have to do this. Oh. What I'm writing there now, before I go any further, would that be correct? Me doing what I'm doing there? Just seems a long-winded way of doing it. Got to be an easier way. Let's just put stop, because obviously I just want to see if it detects it. I know it's going to detect it, but my worry is if it goes up near a doorway as well, it's going to detect that. I think the best thing to do is just not have a nasty if there's a table in there, or we go for a different movement routine. That's probably the easiest thing to do, is just change the movement routine if there's a table in there. Yeah, so it's detecting it. But my worry is if it goes near a doorway, like so, it's picking up that as well now. Try this. Line 71. If ATTR FG equals 3, then something. Never a nasty when you need one. Well, that works, yeah, but the problem we've got is my doors are also magenta. I suppose I could move the animation slightly up, you know, change the coordinates so it doesn't go near the doorway. You know, that's an option. Move it up one and move it down one on the coordinates, so it doesn't do that. Or we have the table a different color. I put the table a different color, and it just means we then need another piece of code for our main character then, if it detects it, you know. Or we put the table in bright 1. How about that? Or we need a whole new nasty routine. Or the other thing, like I say, is I put the table in bright 1, because then that will be a different number. But there again, if I put the table in bright 1, then it means more code for the I think change the nasty routine. Okay, let me save that a minute. I'll show you some routines that I've got already saved. ATIC 3. Now, when I did my where is it? I don't know if it's that one. Is it that one? No, it's not that one. I don't know whether it's on this disk, but when I did my code for my what's it called game? The isometric game. I did some experiments, and I can't remember whether it's on this disk or my other one. Movement. I think that might be it. Yeah, there you go. There we go. So these are the movement routines I've got. I think that's the one we're using at the moment. There's another one. There's another one. Yeah, that was from my isometric game. See there? Yeah. So maybe go for that one, but move it, because the table's lower down. Maybe I go for that one instead, because that may miss the table then, because it's going left to right, isn't it? That might be a better routine. I quite like that one. I'm just refreshing the page on the other laptop because you look like you're way behind. Yeah, I'm going to go for this one. Just got to figure out which piece of code it was now. I'm going to change it. I think that's the best thing to do. Just need to work out which one it was. So it wasn't that one. Not that one. Yeah, let's go for that one. Let's break into this. I'll get the code for that. I think that might work better. So there it is. There's the code there. So let's just write their numbers down. And then I'll go back and put this in. I'm going to have to get something to eat. I'm bloody starving. Here comes the rain again. I'm having so much fun doing this. I love it when a plan comes together. No more doors to open tonight. We're staying away from doors tonight. I'm not going near any keys and doors. I do like doing the animation bits, I must admit. The animation and the graphics, I always enjoy that the most. It's when the game starts to come to life. So I'm going to change the routine to this one, the figure of 8. I think that might work better for our game. So I've written down that bit of code there. And I've just got to now put that information into our ATIC ATAC game. Right, let's go back. So just to recap, by the way, my isometric game is going to be released this month as my Christmas special. I need to do a polished up video for that and feature another creator who's also done an isometric game who took part in the challenge. So yeah, I need to do that this actually before Christmas hits us. Right, okay, anyway, that's enough chitter chatter. Let's get back to the ATIC ATAC game. Where are you? Where are you? Don't tell me you've... There we go. There he is. Load. What did I call it? Was it ATIC 3? ATIC 3. Did I call it that? You certainly did. I don't think there's anything after that one. No. Right. Okay. So the code for the nasty is... Right. Let's run it a minute to get the screen looking better than it is. List. Right. Nasty, where are you? There it is. So, I need to change list 70. I need to change these numbers now. It's trying to work this out. So, F plus 1 for up. So that needs to be 6. That needs to be 10. Now obviously this is going to place it as we've just seen it. So this is going to be wrong anyway. I'm going to have to move it around. The left and right positions are probably the ones that are going to have to change. But I'm going to just put in what I've just copied from that other game. And I can then work out exactly where it needs to be. Problem is with the over 1 is it will mess the animation up on the nasty. That's why I've shied away from using it. It would work if the nasty wasn't animated. Right. So he's doing the figure of eight. Obviously, oh, I went out the bloody door. I want him near the table. Come on. There he is. Right, so I need to move him over, but that and maybe up a bit, and then I think he'll miss the table then. He's actually missing it at the moment, but he's too far over. So let's... He's going over to 21, look. So... 21, I reckon it's going to be 19 maybe, and then over to 8. Let's try that. Of course, I could change it so I've got a different routine for... Oh, he hit the table. So he's too far down now. So let's move him up a bit. So that would be 9. Move that up to 5. Move that to 6. Of course, he's picking up the magenta, isn't he? He's going too far over. 19, so maybe change that to 18. Bring him back a bit. It's just a case of fine-tuning it to get it correct. And remember that I can't have it going near the doors. Right, let's have a look, see how he's moving. Yeah, that's pretty good. He's stopped, so he's still a bit too close to that table. There again, do I need the collision detection in now? Because he's actually... The space in front of him is picking up the table, so I probably don't need it in there anymore, which would be good because it means less code don't need in there. So let's get rid of that for a minute. Let's just rend that out. List 69. I don't think we're actually going to need it now because he's not going to go anywhere near the table. And, you know, if he's not going to touch the table, what's the point having the attribute collision in there? There's no need for it, is there? Which means I could... See, we could change it for rooms as well. I could always put another variable in so that he goes further down the screen when there isn't a table in there. Right. Is he in here? Yes, he is. Right. Okay, let's move over out of the way. There we go. That is probably the simplest thing to do, isn't it? It's just move him like we've done there. So that's pretty cool now. Yeah. I think that's working nice now. It's not hitting the table. It does feel like it's running faster as well. Yeah, someone just said in the chat, it does feel a little bit quicker. And these are working nice. There we go. Did it make a noise? Don't think it's making a noise, is it? Nah. Yeah. So great. We're making some progress here tonight. Brilliant. So we've sorted the nasty out. We've got mushrooms. We could put mushrooms in other rooms as well. We can... I mean, let's go for a little walk around and see where else we could put stuff. That needs to make a noise when I'm hitting it. And I got me wine. Ah, this one. Now, is it going to hit that grandfather clock? Let's just have a see if I can get him to come in here. No, I think we're all right. He just cleared him, didn't he? Just clears him, look. Brilliant. Could make him go over more to the left, or maybe I'll just leave it. I think I'll just leave it. It looks all right, actually, doesn't it? Okay. Maybe we could put some mushrooms in here as an obstacle to get to the trapdoor. So maybe, you know, put a mushroom there perhaps, and a mushroom there. So let's write down them coordinates. Print y, x, 7 and 9. And then maybe one there. Print y, x, 9 and 7. Could have some in here as well, I suppose, if we wanted. Again, I reckon some mushrooms in here. They could actually be, maybe put them near the doorway. Print y, x, 8, 16. Continue. Maybe put one there perhaps, or one that's up near the key. I wouldn't put it right next to the key. 7, 8. And we're back to the beginning. Yeah, cool. It's working. Lovely, isn't it? Yeah, I think it might have erased the wine glass as well. I want to check that actually, because I might have to move the wine glass perhaps, which, you know, isn't a problem. We can just put it further down the screen. That would be the easiest solution. I noticed that as well. Well spotted. Who said that? Urban Lego Spaceman. Yeah, I think you're right. I'm going to move it. I'm going to move it, and then what time are we on? Let me move that wine glass, and then I think then I'm going to try have a bit of a compile of it and see what it's like when it's compiled. Obviously, we'll put the ABS back on. Also, that should be beeping when we hit one of them. So yeah, I think you're right. It's already taken it out. It's already taken the wine glass out. So the wine glass, I reckon, would probably be better off, say, where I am at the moment. Yeah, I'll put it there. Or should I put it up in the corner? Maybe put it there. So you've got to get past the nasty, perhaps? What do you think? Where I'm stood now? Would that be better because it's more of a more dangerous, or shall I, because we've got all this space down here, shall I just put it down here in the corner? I think maybe just there. So if I put the wine glass where I am now. Top corner. Someone's saying top corner. So yeah, I'll put it there. Because as you can see, the nasty's not getting there, is he? Well, let's quickly move that wine glass. I've just noticed the time. It's 20 to 12. 6-5 for the wine glass. So let's quickly move that wine glass. Right, where is the bloody wine glass now? I think it's on this page here. There, no, that's the key. List 100. Where are you? There it is. List 115. Obviously I'm going to have to change the collision detection as well, so it's 6, so it's the same, just 6.5 rather than 6.15. So there it is, GL. If GL equals 1, R equals 1, there it is, list 42. List 42. We don't need to delete it because it's already gone because we've walked over it. 6.5, yeah, right, okay. One last thing I wanted to do was when we're touching the mushrooms, I won't put the mushrooms in now. We'll do that because I'll just conscious of the time here, and I want to compile it yet. So I just want to quickly don't know. This is always a little bit worrying because I don't know what variables I've used. Just want to put a little bit of a noise going on in there for when you hit one of them things. What am I doing? What am I doing? I'm getting all excited. Getting too overexcited. 3 to 5 step. Yeah, add sound when you unlock the door as well. That's a good shout. Let me just check that that sound's working now for the mushrooms. Just want to check that that wine glass is in the right place as well now. Yeah, that'll do. That'll do for now. I'm happy with that. There's the wine glass. Yeah, it looks cool over there. So probably the best way to get it is to come down here. I've got it turned off, haven't I? So I haven't got to worry about that. So I wanted a sound for when we opened the door. List 163. Is it there? That is it. Yes. Yes. That is the bit that unlocks the door. 4O equal. We want a nice alarming sound, I suppose. If I go 15 beep 0.0.001 20 plus, in fact we'll go 5 plus O, next O, and then boom, door opens. If BASIC wasn't so slow, I would make the clocks actually tell the time properly. Let R equal 4.3. I'm going to do a bit of cheating here just to skip through because I want to see if the sound works when I unlock the door. It's not letting me through. Don't think the cheat's working anymore now. Let's just walk around rather than cheating. Does feel like it's running a little bit quicker as well now. He's bombing around, isn't he? Let's see if these work. Yeah. I think this game should win an award for how well it's looking. Are we going to keep the hashtags for the door? Or do I need to create a user-defined graphic for them? You know, for when they're locked. I'm playing it as if the collision detection is on, but good job it's not. There we go. Right, okay. What happened then? You know why it's doing that, don't you? Ribbit, ribbit. It's because let key equal 3. I'm probably going to have to tell it to let key equal 4 to stop it from doing that. Otherwise, it's always going to make that racket. And it's probably going to print this all the time. So if I put let key equal 4, that should stop that. Yeah. Let key equal 4. Yeah. Otherwise, it's always just going to. And the tune, I think maybe could have been a little bit better than that. Just want to see what that sounds like without having to play the whole game. Yeah, that's better. Right. Okay, let's turn the collision detection back on for the nasty. List 70, I think he was at. Let's turn that back on. No, we don't want that one back on. That can go. 69. That was for the collision detection on the nasty, which we no longer need. That needs to come back on. Let's just check it's all on, and then I will compile it. I'll save it first, then compile it. So maybe tomorrow when I come on, I can look at. I might play a bit of ATIC ATAC first, just to get a feel for the game, then come back to this. Yeah, he's working. Right, I'm happy with that. Save. ATIC. I can't remember what number we're on. I'll just go that. So you're all saying keep the hashtags, yeah? You like the hashtags, okay. Collision with the mushrooms needs a bit longer sound. 4.5. What's that for? Door needs click click. All right, okay. Well, we can come back to all those changes you want me to do tomorrow, because it's nearly midnight. And I want to compile this first. So let's compile it, and then we can return, fine tune the sounds. But let's compile it and see. It's running nicely as a basic game, to be fair. But let's see what it's like when it's compiled. If it runs too fast when compiled, you could always add footsteps, tick-tock sounds like the original to slow it down. Yeah, good idea. Did you save? Yes, I did. Yes, I did. I saved it as ATIC 4. Someday try nest 2 loops on a beep. You can make pretty cool sounds. Yeah, I've done that before. 2 beeps, 1 ascending and 1 decent. Yeah. Keep the hashtags. Keep the hashtags. The collision with the mushroom needs to be a bit. Yeah. Okay. Door needs click click. Yeah. Make the clocks into a tunnel. Yeah, like the original. Because they did something, didn't they? You could walk through them, take you into a secret room and stuff. The mushroom, make him fart. Add sound when you unlock the door. Yeah, you moved. Top corner where you are now. It's 2340. Is that the coordinates for the mushroom or the time? This is great. Excellent. Leave it. Maybe they stab you if you get too close. This is the mushroom talk. Some great comments here. Sorry I haven't been keeping up with you all tonight. I've just been well into it, just trying to get this thing going. It's nearly 1 o'clock here. Wow, sorry. Just hang on a minute, will I, Cody, until you see the compiled version, and then you can go to bed. Because after this is compiled, fingers crossed, it should run. It did before. Haven't really done that many more changes since it was last compiled. I'm surprised it was compiling with the variables on the Go subs. So I'm hoping it's still going to compile. It's only on line 108 at the moment. I mean, you know now, if you've joined my live streams, they last for a good 4 hours. I think tonight might be a 5-hour one because I started a bit earlier, didn't I? I think I started at about 7:15. Well, I'm glad you enjoy the streams, because I do worry that, you know, you're just watching a screen of basic code and obviously I'm yapping away in the background. But it's good to see that you're all enjoying the chat as well. It's Saturday here already. No problem. I enjoy the stream as always. Thank you. Don't forget, guys, please, I keep forgetting to tell you all, please just hit the like button on the video. Please like it, and that goes a long way, you just doing that. It just gets the algorithm turning, wakes it up a bit. Hit the like button, and there's something called a hype button, but I can't see it on my screen. Apparently there's a hype button, so give that a smack as well. When this is over, I'm going to compile what I've done with the C5 game. Oh, so you have done a bit on it. Did you manage to get rid of all of the bugs? The bugs only seem to happen when the enemy logos are firing back. It's something to do with the draw laser routine. I've messed it up somehow. Compiling takes forever. No one knows what the hype button does. Right. Are you ready? Go to 1. I'm not going to save it because there's no point. Go to 1. Let's see what it's like. So to be fair, I didn't really draw up as quick, did it? Well, our little man is jerking himself off. He's running a lot faster. Way too fast. Whoa, look at him go. Oh. Oh, you oh no. I've still got the stop statement in there, haven't I? I don't think it's going to let me. It's not going to let me run it again. Oh, guys, I should have saved it. Or get rid of the stop statement at least. I'm going to get rid of that stop statement and do it again. Because maybe it looks like I already had an ATIC 4. There's how many times I've saved it, look. Coming up to it now. Yeah, I already had an ATIC 4. That's why it's gone to that one first. That's it. Right, where does it stop? Need to get rid of that stop. It's not going to work. Oh, I know what I can do. For O equal 10 to if we go to 70 to 1 to 5. That'll do. In fact, it probably won't go to 70, will it? That's a bit. Right. Just something temporary, just Come on, I'm only doing like a temporary game over thing here just so I can compile it without it crashing. Did I say do that 40 times? Maybe that was a bit too much. Can't listen to that for 40 bloody times. I'm pretty sure it's going to work. So let's take that down to 10. I'm just thinking when it's compiled, it might go a lot quicker than that. That's all. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's going to work. Restore, then it just goes back to 1. So let's save it. ATIC. Over. So I know it's the go over routine. You're saying okay. I've knocked that down to 5. I just caught the comments there. I'll knock it down to 5. I'm not going to save it again. I mean, this is basically just so we can compile it. So load code. Let's come back out of there. Let's quickly try and do this again. Sorry about this, guys. Be back. Be back. I am going to save it now, actually. I'm going to save the compiled version. Should have maybe put some clicking in there for when he was walking to try and slow him down like was suggested, because as you've seen he was going berserk when I compiled it. But, you know, it's late. It's nearly 6 minutes past 12. Thank you, Stuart. It's come. Sorry, I'm eating. Got a mouthful of food. But yeah, yeah. For a basic game, I got to say myself, it has come out really nice. And it begs the question: do we really need to compile it? I mean, we're just compiling it out of interest to see what it looks like. But it doesn't really, at this stage of the game, doesn't really need compiling. I mean, I would like to think, if I'm on this again tomorrow and Sunday, I'd like to think that we've nearly finished making this game, because I've got some ideas about what we can collect. Do we need all 4 doors locked as well? That's another question. Do we really need to lock all 4 doors? Why don't we just have 2? Then it's less code. The less code, the quicker it's going to go. Right, let's save this. Encode. ATIC. Line 1. Bloody difficult trying to get through the doors because it's so fast. Run for it! Yes! Oh, he took it out. I forgot about that bit. We didn't check it. I'm going to have to move the trapdoor as well. Oh no! I'm stuck. Forgot all about that. So that's going to have to be moved as well. Plus the key. He's going to take the key out as well. So the key and the trapdoor is going to have to be moved. Oh, you bastard. Oh, forgot all about that. Remembered the wine glass. Forgot about the key and the trapdoor. Never mind. Well, as you can see, it runs nicely. But unfortunately, I can't test the key bit in this because the nasty is taking out the trapdoor because I forgot to bloody move it. Not to worry. Oh dear. Right, okay, sorry, I was just answering a text message from my son. Yes, we ate the trapdoor because I forgot to move. And I'm not doing it now. I'm tired. I want to go to bed now. And we'll do that tomorrow. But as you can see, it plays really nice. Well, but very fast, I should say. It needs slowing down a bit. The nasty's going way too fast. That's way too many beeps. Imagine if I'd left the 40 in. We'd still be here now. Yeah, they work. So what I'm going to do is one last time, I'm going to play the actual basic version and then I'm going to call it a night. So I'm going to have one last play. I haven't got a clue what I called it now. It was something attic over, wasn't it? Or something? I can't remember. I can't remember what I flipping called it. think I had a working D there, didn't I? Yeah. Yeah, it was attic over. Right, I'm going to... So now I'm tempted to move them trapdoors now. 12:15 though. Or do I leave it to tomorrow? I think I'll call it a night, guys. I'm just going to see how far I can get. It's weird, you jump back to this and it just feels slow after playing that super fast thing. I'll tell you what, I've got 19 people watching. The numbers always seem to go up. 20 people watching. The numbers always seem to go up this time of night. So I'm going to quickly change this because I'm not tired. I'm going to stay up. It's up to you if you want to go. All I'm going to do... I'm going to move the trapdoor quickly. I'm going to move the key quickly. Because like I say, I'm wide awake. I just well do it. And then it's done. And then tomorrow, fresh start. And like I say, the numbers are good at the moment. We've got 18 people watching. So if you want to stay, stay. I'm going to stay up for a bit longer, even though I'm here to 1 o'clock. Just change those trapdoors. It shouldn't take me long. While it's fresh in mind. So there's the key. So first of all, what I need to do is just work out where to place it. So let's find the nasty. We don't have to go to that room. Come on, Mr. Nasty, come up. Because he randomly comes on wherever. Right, there he is. So if I put the trapdoor in that room, I could probably get away with putting it up in the corner. Maybe. Right in the corner, maybe. Or maybe down one like there. Just make sure he doesn't hit me there. And if that works... No, it's not gonna. So I'll just put it down in this. Because you come through the door, don't you? You come through the door, so you want a bit of a task to get to it. So I reckon it might not look too bad right up in the corner, actually. Don't know. Or maybe something like there. No, it's going to hit me there as well. Tell you what, I'll put it there. So I'll put the trapdoor there. The thing is, I wanted it to be a bit of a mission because obviously you've got the nasty moving around. So I wanted it to, so you've got to get past the nasty to get to it. Let's just put it there for now. So I'll be here all bloody night, house. 12:06. 12:06. We can always move it at a later date. Let's just put it at 12:06 and be done with it. There it is. List 130. $12.6. And I think the key was the same place, wasn't it? If I remember. Where's the key? Keys in room 7, so it should be coming up now. There it is. Yeah, list 150. So that can be changed to 12.6 as well. Go to the main loop. And if key equals 3, key equals, there we go. Key, if R equals 1, and key equals 3. If Y equals 16, where is it calling it? There it is, line 51. List 51. So that now needs to be 12. Come up there, R7. I think that's all we've got to worry about. I don't think there's anywhere else, is there? Oh, it's there as well, look. So that needs to be, that's for the key. That needs to be 12 as well. So we've got 12 there, 12 there, and I'm just going to go quickly to list 1038. Yeah, that's all in place. And that def sound, I'm going to turn that down a bit more. Just while I'll do the sounds while I'm here as well. What number was the def of the game over bit at again? See if I can quickly find that. There it is, list 167, and I'm just going to take that 10 down to 3. I don't think it needs to go on any more than that. And I'm being a little bit anal here, but I like my game over to look a bit like this. Whoops. Right. When I opened the door, we wanted to make it click click, didn't we? As if it was opening. 163. Was that the door opening? Yes, it was. I think maybe it needs to be. Delete that a minute so I can hear what it sounds like. I'm just experimenting now. My buttons are so worn out on this. I can barely see the commands because constantly on this damn thing. Oh, never mind. It's all good fun. I'm waiting for me Specky next to turn up, so I don't really want to buy another Spectrum just to rectify the... Oh dear me. Why is it put a then? Why has it done that? Because you told it to, you dick. I can't find the 2. That's the problem. Right, run 163. It's not quite what I had in mind. but it'll do. It'll do. It's not that bad. Then 4. Oh, so it's doing a vip roop sort of noise. And when we hit the mushrooms, I wanted it to do a little bit of a sound on that, a better sound as well, a little bit longer. So I shall just put that up to, put that down to 2 maybe, and put that at 8. See how it sounds now. But yeah, it ain't bad for a basic game. It does run nice, I must admit. It's come out quite nice. Didn't really make it much more of a noise, did it? It needs to be a more of a downward pitch, doesn't it? To 2. Might be better like that, actually. I must make a note of different sounds that I've created in the past, write them down somewhere, ones that really sound good, rather than this guessing all the time. That's better. That's better. That'll do. Right, okay, so let's get the wine glass to reboot our Lucasade bottle, or any energy drink, whatever you want to call it. I still say it's an energy drink rather than a wine bottle. Just kind of matches with the whole point of it being there as an energy bar, isn't it? So an energy drink. Let's make a dash for it. Another table in the way and a grandfather clock to look at. Ah, that's better. Get the key. The quickest way back is to go this way. And unlock the door. There we go. That's as far as we've got so far. So let's just check that game over thing again. Let's go and find the mushrooms. Let's test it on the mushrooms. Make sure it dies properly. Oh, my game over's in the wrong place. It's only temporary anyway. Cool. I'll quickly move that over because it's annoying me. And then I'll save it and quickly compile it again. And then I will be calling it a night then because it will near enough be 2 o'clock by the time I've done that. Oh, where did I put it? Trying to find the game over route bit now. I think it was 1.6 something, wasn't it? 1.6.3 was it? I can't remember now. I think it was around that area. There it is. List 167. Gotta be tidy. Can't have it looking a mess. Let's go 5. Let's just see what it looks like. So let's quickly kill him off and see what the game over bit looks like. Almost looks like his head, doesn't it? That's better. If I just put that red block on top of him, it looked like his little head. Right, okay. So everything's working now. So jobs to do still. When we lose a life, need to delete one of the little men, the little dusty bins as I call them. The score, that's not really doing anything. I just put that there to see how much text we could get into that space. So those are things to look at. ATIC. I'm going to put good because it's good so far. Save that. And one last time, because I wanted to see what it was, how it compiled when you completed the whole, you know, did the whole game. And then I'll be calling it a night. The long process now, well, not that long, is it? A couple of minutes for it to compile. So, Franco, you're saying the Sinclair 5 game has come out. Okay, has it? If is it ready? If it's not ready, then not a problem. I'm not expecting it to be ready. But if it is ready and you want me to show it, then I will do it. I won't do it now because everyone's, well, 16 people still watching, but I ain't going to show it now. But maybe tomorrow, if you want, we can have a look at it, or Sunday. Up to you. I have got Monday off work, but I probably won't be doing a live stream Monday. I need to take a bit of a break. I just enjoy doing these. So, you know, like I say, I'm home alone. It's better than watching the shit that's on the telly. Need to go to car service tomorrow to fix exhaust. Almost ready Sunday. Okay. Yeah, send it to me. Yeah, send it over. And you say you got rid of the bugs. That's great. So was it to do with the laser shooting routine? That was the problem then? Because I was having all sorts of play. It was picking up stuff on the screen that wasn't there all the time. And it was doing my head in. It was the attribute problem, I think. And is it running any quicker? Your basic version of it? I've read somewhere that you've compiled it. So many messages back though. I can't remember what you said now. Did you say it compiled well, or it was just compiled C5 game? It's quick and bug free. Brilliant. Aim is better and better. Definitely my favourite. Top work, Alex. Well done. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. And you know, thank you everyone again for tuning in tonight. I really appreciate you spending your time here. About the same speed, but compiled it flies. Brilliant. Looking forward to see Alex playing it. I've rewritten the laser. Cool. I'd be interested to see how you've done it for future preference to other games that may be created in the future. Because I was struggling with that for some reason. Although I've done laser shooting games before and had no problems, but that one, don't know. Once you got it, once I've got it, once you send your version over, I'll put it under the itch account if you like, and credit your name to it that you did the changes. I'm busy yapping away a lot and it's ready to go too. So let's save this. Save coder ATIC 2. ATIC 2, 3, yeah, whatever. Line 1. And I'm going to come out of this, back in there, clear that, back again, save it quickly. go to 1. I didn't add any footsteps in or nothing because purely just wanted to see how the trapdoor bit worked. It's still very fast. If only basic ran like this, we wouldn't have to worry about having to do this, would we? Get off me! Cool. Boo! Got me. Get off! Ah! Bloody difficult. It's hard when it's compiled. It's too fast. Ow! Get off me! Ah! Make a run for it. Go! Ah, you bastard! Ah! Go! Yeah. Oh, you mother! Well, at least I know it's all working all right. Ah, get off me, you son of a bitch. Ah! I'm not going to make it to the trapdoor, am I? Oh, you... Oh, dear. It's good fun, though. Mind you, the original was pretty quick, wasn't it? You know, the proper ATIC ATAC. That's quite a fast-moving game. But this is faster than that. Surprisingly, the draw function doesn't move any faster, really, does it, when it's compiled? Difficult to get through the bloody doors. Go! God. Ah! Steady, steady, go! Bastard. Bloody difficult. Oh, you son of a bitch! I just want to test if my door will unlock. Well, I know it unlocks. Did in basic. One last go. It's way too fast. Oh, must be... Oh. One last go. We're nearly dead already. line him up, and go for it. Yeah, even the dog, I think the dog wants to go out for a piss. Okay, this is difficult trying to get past this bit. Am I going to get to unlock the door? Oh, you bastard! Right, that's it. I'm not playing anymore. Okay, before I get too overexcited. Thank you once again for watching tonight. It's been a very long one. I think we've been going for 5-6 hours. I haven't got a bloody clue. But please hit the like button. If you're new here, please consider subscribing. And I shall be back tomorrow for more basic programming shenanigans. And we will probably... I'm enjoying this one a lot, so I might just crack on with this. Like I say, what I might do first is actually play the original. Have a little play of it just to get some ideas. And then carry on with a bit more on this. So that's the plan for tomorrow. I'm liking how the game's looking. I like the display now. Yeah, it's come on nice. I like it. You know, the added features with the clock there, and we've got the table. It's added a little bit more interest to the game. So yeah, I'm really happy with how it's come out. Anyway, good night to you all. Have a good sleep, and I will catch you tomorrow. Don't know what time yet. I'll probably be about 7:30, 8 o'clock start. I'll try and put some sort of reminder up, and we'll take it from there. Anyway, good night, and I'll catch you later. Cheers, guys.